Good morning, delegates. Good morning, delegates.
Good morning.
I'm waiting for the energy. If it is not there, then I shall ask Coach Bob to first come and wake us up.
No.
No, okay, now. Good morning, delegates.
Morning.
Yes, that's more like it. I'm glad that most of you are here right now. We had a long day yesterday, but a really informative day, and I trust that today will be even better.
Inshallah.
Yesterday we had several political persons and a few items that were not scheduled, and we also missed out on one of the items that was scheduled. But all of that will be compensated. All of that is going into the program. So we are ready to start. I'll just kindly ask that everybody take up your seats so that we can first have a recap of what happened yesterday before we can delve straight into the program. So please come in and take your seats. If there is anybody who is still outside, you're welcome to come in. I trust that you all had a good night. For the ones that are not here, I'm wondering whether we need to check up on the different night spots of Kampala. It is very easy to get lost in Kampala because the nightlife is quite beautiful. But I believe we have quorum. And if you're all in agreement, we may start. Those in favor say aye. I think the ayes have it. So, distinguished delegates, welcome to this, which is our day 3, the start of it. And we're starting on a note of continuation from yesterday. I would like to invite Mr. Draku to please come give us a quick recap of what was discussed yesterday before we go into our presentations. Thank you very much.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, just a recap of yesterday's deliberations. So, the Director, PBO Uganda, welcomed participants to the 7th AN-PBO conference, and among others, encouraged everyone to participate actively in the discussions, to think creatively about the solutions we can develop together, and to commit to deepening the role of our respective PBOs in the parliamentary service. The Secretary General of the AN-PBO gave a brief background to the network, which was established in 2016, and informed delegates that its main purpose was to build capacity, experience sharing by African parliamentary budget offices. The speech of the chairperson of the AN-PBO Governing Council was presented by the Vice Chair, which among others emphasized the importance of AN-PBO in providing a platform where PBOs can strategically share experiences, expertise from the continent and beyond, extending his heartfelt gratitude to the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, the Clerk of Parliament, and the Parliamentary Budget Office for hosting the 7th AN-PBO Annual Conference. The UNICEF representative, in his remarks, congratulated the Parliament of Uganda for hosting this year's conference, hailed the theme of this year's conference, and lauded the partnership with Parliament of Uganda in many areas, and stated that UNICEF will continue to value its long-standing partnership with Parliament in ensuring organization's ultimate mission that no boy or girl is left behind. The speech of the clerk presented by the Deputy Clerk, among others, welcomed delegates to the country, reminded them of the crucial role that PBOs play in enhancing the role of parliaments in ensuring that public resources are allocated and appropriated fairly And he challenged PBOs to embrace innovation, which will in turn make their offices more responsive. In the speech of the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, she welcomed the delegates to Uganda and appreciated the role of parliaments and PBOs in the achievement of Agenda 2063. Through the advisory roles they play, she, among others, emphasized that the work of PBOs is critical in having checks and balances of the executive, and in her conclusion, accepted the AN-PBO's request to be patron of the network and officially opened the conference. After a tea break, Honorable Beatrice Cheraso, Honorable Isaac Musumba, who pioneered the setting up of the Uganda Parliamentary Budget Office, provided the evaluation of the establishment of the first Parliamentary Budget Office and the Budget Act in Africa, highlighting the roles they played and challenges experienced. The second keynote speaker, Mr. Bekawi Moses, presented the first topic on complementary role of parliamentary budget officers in achieving maximum allocative efficiency and policy outcomes, and among others, recommended that the PBOs play a role in all stages of the budget. The director, PBO Nabro, made a presentation on topic 2, where among others he highlighted waxing, warning global outlook, Africa's economic potential and challenges to growth, not limited to trade imbalances. The panelists and plenary session complemented the presentation, also highlighting the need to balance energy, coverage, reliability, boost intra-Africa trade, take advantage of the growing population and invest in human capital development to ensure that the youth have the required skills to provide economic value, among others. After lunch, PBO Kenya presented topic 3, emphasizing that PBOs should carry out independent forecasts in their mandate. Highlighted were various models, methodologies used in forecasting, tools used, which range from simple to complex models, emphasizing the availability of data that guides tools to be used, and the need for transparency on assumptions. Topic 5 was presented by the director of AN-PBO, who highlighted several revenue mobilization strategies in African economies, including improving tax administration, diversifying revenue sources, improving governance, and reducing corruption, among others. Panelists supplemented the presentation with strategies such as reduction of tax expenditures, addressing revenue disputes, tax paying culture, to ensure it boosts the morale of taxpayers, reducing government expenditure, build incentives for people to move to formal sector from the informal sector, among others. The plenary session complemented the presenters and panelists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sunday, and thank you for keeping it brief. And that is going to be the pace that we are taking today. We shall try and keep presentations short, precise, have discussions brief, so that we can catch up on all our activities and have a little more time as well to interact as a plenary. Now, yesterday, you recall, just like was said, that there was a lot of reference to loans, debts, loan sustainability, and we had a presentation that was pushed to this morning. So it gives me honor now to invite our main panelist our presenter for this morning, Ms. Janet Mataka, Principal Economist at the Parliament of Uganda. And the topic that she's handling is managing debt sustainability and fiscal stability in African countries, the PBO frameworks for debt analysis. I'm hoping that we are all fresh, our minds are sharp, and we shall be able to follow this presentation and give it the necessary input. So, Ms. Mataka, you're welcome to take us through. Okay. Thank you. That is one side. I'm hoping everybody will adopt that style. Let's welcome her.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm just waiting for the IT. Okay. I am now on. I can.
Did you go on Zoom?
Yes, I'm on Zoom. I share my. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The moderator has already commented on the topic, so I'll go direct to the outline. I'm going to present an introduction, provide benefits of borrowing, provide an overview of public debt in our AN-PBO countries, highlight a highlight of debt sustainability, an overview of the debt burden thresholds by classification, and then I'll go into the frameworks that are used for debt analysis, some of the sources of the DSA, that's debt sustainability analysis data, then risk rating for African countries, and a conclusion. I hope the presentation will stimulate debate. So, what is debt? Debt is anything that is owed to another, and usually it's not a gift. You have to pay it back, most cases with interest, unless you're forgiven. And so, now that we know what debt is, public debt is the total money, including all liabilities borrowed by government to fund its budget. And just as a background why governments borrow, normally governments' needs exceed the available resources. All our governments have development agendas. The continent has an Agenda 2063. Most of them are working towards that, but the resources are less than the needs. So most governments resort to borrowing. Then they always have planned outputs within a time frame. Most of them have a manifesto. They are around for 5 years, 7 years. This is what they need to achieve within that time. So sometimes it's 1 year, the president is in one place and tells those people, I'm going to provide this within 2 years. And you have presidential directives to fulfill as a ministry. So government sometimes resorts to borrowing. Sometimes we have shocks to the economy. And so government wants to implement counter-cyclical fiscal policy to boost demand in the economy. So those are some of the reasons why governments borrow. And where do they borrow from? There are external sources. We have the multilateral creditors, the IMF, World Bank, Africa Development Bank. We have the bilateral creditors, the Paris Club, and so many other ECAs. Then we have the commercial banks. Those are all external sources. We have the domestic sources, banks, the commercial banks, and non-banking sector. And are there advantages anyway? We've all heard about debt distress. Do we have any advantages? Yeah, there are some advantages. A country is able to implement future projects today because you don't have money, you need this thing, you borrow and have it. You're good to go. If it's concessional borrowing, you have a cheaper option. Especially, I have to put this caveat, if you have a stable exchange rate, because concessional borrowing can become expensive if your exchange rate is depreciating. It will increase the cost in future. So as long as you have a stable exchange rate, and concessional loans offer a cheaper source of money today. And government is able to fulfill its manifesto. Like I had said, resources always are lower than the needs. So a government is there for a given time frame. So they can borrow and implement their manifesto. Now, when we come to disadvantages, too much debt erodes fiscal space for absorbing shocks. We all know what happened in 2019. We had a global shock. The COVID came in. And the next slides, you will see how it affected all our countries. So when you have too much debt, then in the event of a shock, you don't have space to address the shock. And then you have wasteful expenses if the resources are not used for intended purposes. If you're borrowing for a project and the money ends up being consumed in other things or corruption, then that's wasteful expenditure. If you're borrowing and you're not going to generate the desired fiscal return to service the debt, remember, this is not a gift. You've got to pay back. And when you look at commercial debt, it is very expensive. So it's not good to borrow for just consumption, especially if you're borrowing on commercial terms. It's very expensive debt. And then projects are executed at a higher cost. I will give an example. We had a project where a contractor offered to pre-finance the project, and he told us, you've got to foot the insurance costs. And this was an extra $7 million. And he was like, if you've got the money, I take it out. But if you want the project right now, you've got to pay the money. And this is a project that has a lot of political capital. So we had to put the extra cost because we needed the project implemented right away. So back to our countries, we can see that in the network, we have 3 countries that are below the sub-Saharan African average. That's Uganda, Nigeria, and Tanzania. The rest are above the sub-Saharan average. And these are the other member countries in the network. They are all above. But like I said, when you look at 2019-20, the debt to GDP shot up in all the countries because of the COVID shock. Then when I come to debt sustainability, I'm assuming not everyone here may have an economics background. So debt sustainability, debt is sustainable if in future the country has no need to default, you don't have to renegotiate your debt, and you're unlikely to make large policy adjustments that may create instability. That is when debt is considered sustainable. And so our countries differ significantly in ability to pay debt. You've heard many times someone saying, our debt to GDP is 60%, for us we are 80%, then we have the US 100%. If I'm to bring you back to this other chart, there is that line above. It's the average of advanced economies. So when you look at the average of advanced economies, historically from 2012, it has been over 100% of GDP. And it is projected to remain over 100%. It's coming to about 110% over the medium term. So are you going to say, even me as my country, it's okay for us to reach 100% of GDP? After all, these other people are hitting that. No, it differs significantly from country to country, and it is very important for a country to know your ability to carry debt. So depending on your policy and institutional factors, macroeconomic performance, your buffers to absorb shocks, and your composite indicator, you determine where you lie. We may be in the same region, but I have a higher ability to carry debt compared to you. So when you say, for example, I'm saying maybe Kenya is 70%, I'm 39%, I may be 39 when I'm worse off than the one of 70%. So we all have to know what is our debt carrying capacity as a country. So the composite indicator is basically an index that is computed by your country's specific information. So annually, the World Bank computes country policy and institutional assessment scores for the different countries. And so in this index, there is a provision for including that. And then you use your own GDP, you use your own information on your reserves, and you use global growth. We normally get that from the IMF World Economic Outlook. So using that index, there is a classification which is based on performance of about 55 countries that were good performers, 55 countries weak. Historically, the World Bank and IMF came up with some thresholds. And so, based on those thresholds, these numbers were based on average performance of those countries. And now it's recommended, for example, if your composite index is less than 2.6, your PV of debt to GDP should not go beyond 35%. Your external debt thresholds in terms of debt service should not go beyond 10% of exports, and debt service shouldn't exceed 14% of your revenues. So if you are a medium performer, like some of us, your PV of debt should not go beyond 55% of GDP. Then for external debt, it shouldn't go beyond 180% of exports and 40% of GDP. While for liquidity, debt service to exports shouldn't exceed 15, and to revenue shouldn't exceed 18. So these are the thresholds we use to assess the sustainability of our debt. So when I come now to frameworks, the gist of this presentation and the topic, you have to know where you lie. Some of us, our parliaments, approve loan terms and conditions. So each loan comes, and we have to consider its terms and its conditions. So we have different frameworks. The World Bank loans, their terms are different. Usually it's 38 years with a grace period of maybe 8 years, and you only have a service charge of 0.75, similar to IMF. So that framework is different from the one for a commercial loan. Commercial loan, we are having agency fees, upfront fees, insurance. So the frameworks, how we do it, each loan, we develop its framework based on the loan agreement. We get the loan agreement, put in the terms, and come up with the framework. But in summary, what we do is we compute the grant element to assess how cheap or expensive this borrowing is. So it's concessional if its grant element is lower than 35%, and it's non-concessional. I mean, it's concessional if it's above 35, non-concessional if it's lower, but we also want to focus on the level of non-concessionality. The bilateral creditors are not as expensive as the commercial banks. So we have, as a country, we've introduced what we call semi-concessionality and commercial, whereby less than 10%, it's purely commercial, and then above, between 35 and 10% semi-concessional. The terms are a bit fair, because that's where you're looking at a loan of about 25 years with a grace period of maybe 7 years. So that gives you a grant element of about 25%. You'll not compare that with a negative, a commercial loan. They are telling you you're borrowing for 4 years, interest is 2%. So at the end of the day, you find yourself with a grant element of about -1 or -5%, depending on the extra charges. So you have to have different frameworks just for approving loan terms. Also pay attention to the conditions. Of late, we've seen some collateralized borrowing, where you find in the event you default, they are free to come and take up the country's assets. So when we tell there's a loan we told our MPs, so it means if we defaulted, this commercial bank can come and take up Lake Victoria. Because we engaged our lawyers and we said, what is the implication of this condition? And it was as simple as that. So right now as a country, the Attorney General has come up with a list. They are working on a list of what can be touched and what cannot be touched. So it's very good to look at some of these conditions attached to the borrowings. Then for all PBOs, because some of you don't look at the loan agreements, your parliaments don't approve the terms, so still you have a role to play in debt sustainability. All of us need to pick interest in debt sustainability. There are several tools out there that are used, but I have picked out three because they are available online. They are available. IMF is teaching how you can use some of these tools. All you've got to do is work with your country institutions to get the data. But the most important thing is you need to know how the tool works. So there is the debt sustainability framework. There is one for the low-income countries. There is the one for those with market access. So in the framework, you're able to assess where you lie. You're able to develop the composite index. You're able to input your own macro data, where you see your economy is going. You're able to input your own projections of revenue, expenditure, that's the fiscal. You're able to input where you think the exchange rate is going, where you think the debt service is going. You're able to input where you think you're going to borrow, like in terms of how much you're going to spend. The new borrowings, you're able to input from creditors, like we expect in the next 5 years to borrow such and such an amount from the IMF, such and such an amount, but you need to have the information on which projects you're planning to borrow for that time. So all they do is they teach you how to use the tool. Then you've got to use your people. And actually in the training, they keep telling you, your macro team has to give you the data, your debt team has to give you the data. So if the PBO is structured in a way that you have a strong macro team, you have a strong debt team, and the institutions are cooperating with you, then you can easily run the projections yourself as a PBO, but you have to work together with the institutions. You've got to work together with the other institutions. I'm just going to show the next sources of data. Then we have the debt dynamics tool. How it works. This works in a constrained environment. It's very good for us, the PBOs. Many times we don't have data. You may not have information on all the upcoming projects of government like the executive. So in a constrained environment, the debt dynamics tool helps out a lot, because here you're assessing the evolution of debt based on the below the line items, how it's going to be financed. So government is always generous to publish how the deficit is going to play out. They will always publish that information. So you come up with your assumptions on macro, assumptions on how the exchange rates will play out, and you're good to go to forecast debt evolution. Then there is the one of natural disaster. It incorporates shocks. You can customize any shock to your debt sustainability in there. And lastly, the domestic debt framework. The shortcoming with the IMF frameworks is they focus on external debt. So for us as a country, we have a framework that we've agreed on. And so us as PBO, we enforce it, we implement it during DSA. Then the contingent liabilities shouldn't be forgotten, should have a framework for contingent liabilities. And sources of data, the Ministry of Finance for macro statistics can be got from your Treasury, Revenue Authority, Central Bank. And when you come to debt stock, debt service, the Ministry of Finance, Central Bank still is key. And you have the Parliamentary records. We are the custodian of all approved loans and their respective terms. So when you're forecasting, you need to know what terms you're going to use on the new borrowing. So we also come in there. And then just an overview of our overall risk rating. This is based on DSAs of 2021 to 2023, the most latest. This is a report by our African Development Bank research team. It was published in April this year. So we can see that in the entire continent, it's only Botswana that has low risk of debt distress. It's only Botswana. So when you see green, that's moderate risk. The red is high risk of debt distress, and yellow, red is you are already in distress. These are the ones who are already defaulting, but yellow is high. So from this we can see that debt is a matter of concern to the continent, and we should be interested in monitoring our debt and its sustainability. So in conclusion, most countries in the continent are indebted, and public debt management is critical to ensure that government financing needs and debt obligations are met in a timely manner. Utilization of debt should also focus on the economic returns that will generate the fiscal return to service this debt. And the country may be illiquid, but it is solvent. But once you are insolvent, debt is unsustainable. So PBOs should support their parliaments, fulfill their mandate to ensure that they get the most affordable debt with minimum risk, while monitoring public debt is sustainable. Thank you.
Could we give Ms. Mataka another round of applause? I wish I could have listened to her when I was still in secondary school. I would have passed economics really well. And even now, I know the next time I walk into a bank to get a loan, I'm going to sound more knowledgeable. I'll be talking about the grant element, debt dynamic tools, and I may just get favorable terms. Anyway, thank you very much, Gladys. Now, we have two discussants who should come in and spend a minimum or maximum of 5 minutes each. We shall have Mr. TV Makuve and Mr. Mohammed Hadi Nyagsi. I believe Mr. Mohammed is here. So you're welcome to come and spend your 5 minutes here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think, Janet, you shouldn't have shown the last African map. Should have hidden that slide because you mentioned very important measures that we should take to sustain the debt. So that should have been enough for the PBOs to look at and advise their countries. Now, Ghana is red. And I believe Nigeria was happy to see us red and they green. So we are doing something about it to change the color. And so currently we are doing debt restructuring so that the debt becomes sustainable and then come to a manageable level. So I have just 5 minutes. So I will just go through what we are doing. And I'm having the same challenge like my brother from Liberia yesterday. Okay, so Ghana, we are undertaking some serious debt restructuring so that, because beginning, as Janet mentioned, from the COVID, we had a hit, and that escalated our fiscal situation, and then the debt became, overshot the GDP. So the government from 2021 decided that the debt should be brought to manageable level, and so the restructuring is going on. We have undertaken domestic debt restructuring, which came with some severe consequences for especially retirees who were depending on government bonds to survive on the monthly interest that they get. And then domestic foreigners holding Ghanaian bonds also suffered some what we call a haircut, and then it wasn't a pleasant experience. We are now on the bilateral and multilateral debt, and as I will show in the slides, it's going on well, and we have made some real savings, in terms of interest and principal payments that we should have been doing. So, so we did the debt exchange to manage our sovereign debt, but we had to understand the debt dynamics of the country, the characteristics of our debt, which need to be understood, because the currency composition, if you are undertaking debt research, is very important, because that will determine the cost of debt going forward. As Janet mentioned, we are also looking at whether most of your debts are on floating rate, interest rate, or they are on fixed rate debt. Creditor composition is very important, because when we're doing it, the domestic part of the bondholder proved much more difficult than the external ones. We were also looking at the maturity structure of the debt so that you can make some risk savings. Now, we went through some simple process of announcement that Ghana is going to undertake a debt restructuring, and so invited our creditors for negotiation, bondholder for negotiation. Now, it took us, under normal circumstances, the standard is that you must do that within 2 years, but we achieved it in less than 6 months with the help of the IMF. And so we have reached agreement on most of the bilateral and the multilateral debt. The exchange has happened, and there has been some huge participation, almost about 92%. However, there has been some haircuts, which is like, I borrow your 100 shillings, promising to pay you 20%, and I come back to say that The 20%, I will now give you 10%, and then even the principal, I can only afford about 70% of the principal. So that's a severe haircut that the investor has suffered. But we did that. So we expected to make some cost and risk savings. We expected the GDP to drop after the restructuring, the macroeconomic conditions to improve, and then our ratings to come back. Because before the restructuring, our ratings has gone to junk. But I'm happy to announce that we are back. The latest Fitch ratings is saying that we are restricted default, which is good. And then we are coming back to the market again. And however, the asset and liability side of the banks have been hit. And so going forward, credit is going to become expensive because they don't have enough resources to lend. And then there are other social impacts that came along, as I mentioned, particularly the pensioners who suffered the haircut. So we did that. The reason was that, as Janet explained, IMF quoted this when they came for the assessment. That pushed us into the red. And so our fiscals was really in distress. So we, as I mentioned, we did the domestic debt exchange. You can read further in the slide. It ended in it ended just last year, 2023, and we are now on the external. We've done that, and so other commercial creditors are on board now. We expect to do about 5.1 billion, and then approximately 2.8 billion of debt relief, and no debt service will come our way until 2026, which is a huge cost savings for the country. We have conducted negotiation with our Eurobond holder covering 13.1 billion, which will lead to cancellation of 4.7 billion of our debt and provide debt service relief of 4.4 billion US dollars between now and 2023. So that is a huge cost saving. Now, we offer two options. We call one the DISCO option and then the PAR option. The DISCO option means that if you accept that one, then you will lose about 37% of your principal amounts, and then we also step down the interest, and then until 2028, when it will pick back to the level that we were already paying. The PAR option will not suffer any haircuts, but the interest will be reduced to about 1.5 until 2027, but they will not suffer any haircut. Now, so, okay. So what are the costs and benefits? Now, we have been able to save 2.8 billion from 2023 to 2026. Interest savings of 2.7 billion from the domestic debt exchange. We have achieved that. And then we are expected to also make fiscal savings of 4.4 billion from the Eurobond exchange. The risk savings is that 2.8 billion from other commercial creditors have been rescheduled. So the risk in terms of refinancing and then default, and all the other risks associated with that has been postponed. We expect to principal extension of 5.8 billion on the domestic debt exchange, another risk savings. Now, our ratings are improving, as I mentioned, because Fitch is revising their credit rating of the country. So maybe, Janet, the next time you are showing the map, at least we'll move from green to yellow. So now let's look at its impact on our fiscal performance. If you look at domestic revenue and domestic expenditure, they are all heading northeast. Even though now the expenditure is moderating, revenue continue to show strong performance. However, the worry is still our primary balance, because without primary surplus, there's no way you can rein in your debt. And even if we look at this, so these are the macro fiscals. If we look at the other macroeconomic statistics, you will see that the lines are all showing, upward trend. And the most worrying sign you can see there is the exchange rate, which is heading southeast. And if that happens, added to your primary balance going into negative, the prospects for the debt coming down is very low. But the government is working on it. Our debt accumulation has slowed. Now, from a high of 58.6 billion, after the restructuring, we are now down to 50 billion in total debt, public debt for the country. And the rate of accumulation represented by the green line is also moderating now. So if you look at the data, I think there is hope for the future out of the debt restructuring that we are undertaking. You look at the debt to GDP has slowed from close to 98% before we did the restructuring to around 72% now. And now I think the latest figures is showing a downward trend further, which is good news. Now, how does it impact on our debt operations? If you look at the cost of debt, it has actually reduced, so we have made some achievement there. From 10.7 weighted average cost of debt, we are now looking at 8.7. Now, refinancing risk. If you look at the average time to maturity of our debt in years, that one didn't happen much because the negotiations was very tough. We only postponed, but the terms didn't change. And debt maturing in 1 year as a percentage of total debt has significantly declined to 12.3%, which gives you a breathing space. So it gives you, as a result of the postponement that we did. Now let's look at interest rate risk. Average time to refixing our interest rates, huge, not much improvement, but debt refixing in 1 year as a percentage of total debt is the one that is the most important statistic that should be watched, which has declined from 24% to 17%. And then fixed rate debt, that is where our performance is highest. Most of our debt are fixed rate, so they are predictable, and then you can plan very well. Right now, we are doing around 95, close to 95%. Now, the foreign exchange risk, the foreign exchange debt component, however, has really climbed. And so our exposure to has increased. And so that is a bit of a worry. So the cost side of it is that our market access is now being restricted. So now government is resorting to domestic financing and then bilateral debt. We can't access the market now. Our external financing conditions have tightened, and so our borrowing has become high. Domestic market has been squeezed, so the crowding out of private sector is real. Our reputation has suffered. If we look at the red, I wish I could go to the board and change it to yellow. There are cross-border implications as well. Bondholders who are not Ghanaians have to suffer haircuts. So the way forward is that we have to move from fiscal sustainability to debt sustainability. IMF defined fiscal sustainability very carefully, and I just put it out here for us to know. And that will require that we look at the grammar was too much. This is not mathematics, so I decided to represent some of the writings in symbols. This is the intertemporal budget constraint, which shows that whatever you collect, you mobilize in the course of the year, tax plus borrowing should equal to your spending in accordance with the fiscal discipline rule. If you express this in terms of debt, you have equation 2, but it can be iterated to this particular position, which is much, equation 5 is the one that is of interest to us, which means that your present value, the present value of your future primary balances must be sufficient to redeem the initial debt through large enough primary surpluses. That is very important in debt sustainability. And so we will have to adhere to this, and this advice goes to our government, and parliamentarians will be encouraged to advocate for this. So, but it is only a necessary condition. You can iterate the equation further to come out with a model that can give you a very sound fiscal reaction equation that you can use for your predictions. It also means that the present value, so the most important is that the transversality condition, which means that you cannot be doing Ponzi arrangement to sustain your debt, is real here. You cannot be borrowing new debts to pay off the old ones. That is simply the meaning of the equation. And so for debt sustainability, the IMF again expanded on Janet's definition that she put out there. So this is it. So we are saying that the government should continue with the fiscal consolidation strategy outlined in the 2024 budget. At least, we are also advising that the economy should grow by at least 6.7%, if not this year, but at least by 2025. Fortunately, the first quarter results have shown that we have grown 4.7%. The weighted average interest rate, at least we are recommending 8%. Currently, is about 8.7%. Our exchange rate depreciation should slow to at least 10%. Currently, it is 18.6%, which is very worrying. Inflation should slow to a single digit. Currently, it's 22.8%, but it's coming down. And the rate of debt accumulation should slow to around 10%. Currently, it's around 23%. So these are the recommendations that we just want to share with you to see how Ghana, we are managing our debts and how we are abiding by the principles espoused by Janet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could you give Mr. Mohammed another round of applause? I think several critical issues have been raised, and we really would like to celebrate Ghana, because any real reduction in debt, any reduction in debt accumulation is definitely something to be celebrated, especially if it happens at the time that you are giving advice to your parliaments, giving advice to your countries. Now the question is over to you. What is happening in your countries? What contributions are you making? Or what is the level of your debt in different places? So could we have any contributions from across the House? We'd really be interested in hearing what you have. Is that Liberia?
Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the speakers. They have all spoken well. Starting with Jeanette, one of the points that she emphasized, I'd like to restate, is that she said debt is a matter of concern on the continent. We must take interest in debt sustainability, which is key. Recent statistics as far back as at the end of 2023, the global debt stock stands at 90 trillion. Of the 90 trillion, Africa owes 40%. So it means that the debt burden on Africa is very huge, and that giant steps are required to address the issue of debt burden. For my country, when our country came out of war, the debt to GDP ratio went to 80%, and so we had to go through HIPIC completion point. We got debt waiver, and at some point in time, the debt reduced. But between 2017 to present, our debt rose from 800 million to 2.6 billion. And so it's a serious matter. So it comes to the point of legislative oversight, using the budget to control the debt burden. One of the problems we have in our country is the problem of hidden debt, especially so when it comes to the SOE involvement. So you're thinking your debt is at a particular level, but by the time you complete the audit, what you think was your debt burden will come to prove otherwise. It's a serious problem. One of the problems that we too also have is best practice require that if borrowing is part of the revenue envelope, the budget must be accompanied by debt sustainability analysis. At some point in time, sometimes we don't have that. And so, but then between, for the past 6 months, I think it's picking up. We'll try to sustain the debt because you see, debt repayment is a mandatory spending. But if there are resource gap, you have difficulties servicing your debt and at the same time meeting demand for development of your country. For us, part of the problem we've had is that our budget is largely recurrent, and so it's difficult to do the things that are required. And so at some point in time that we try to talk to other countries to learn from them. So the presentation from Ghana today is an eye-opener. I think that they are on the proper trajectory. We let to learn from them. What they owe is not as huge as ours, but their experience can go a long way in setting the pace for all of us, not only Ghana, but I see this as a burden because we must take what I would like to describe as a triangular approach, because triangulation as opposed to strangulation. Because when one country is strangulated, it has a crossover effect on the entire continent. So if we meet here, like we spoke yesterday, Liberia, that's why we took the matter of revenue mobilization very seriously, because if we are doing well on the domestic front and we are raising resources, we will turn away from borrowing. Because one of the things that Janet touched on was the issue of concessional loans. Sometimes we rush to it, we're thinking it's lower, but like she said, it's better when the interest rates are cheaper. But when the exchange rate depreciates, it's no longer attractive. So it's a situation, it's not a way to go. We should try to see how we can take steps to see how we can avoid debt or avoid borrowing, whether concession, borrowing, or commercial. It's not good for us. But again, this platform provides a forum for us to exchange and share ideas and try to see how we can surmount the problem that has engulfed the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liberia. Yes, we have a hand here. Doctor?
I just want to ask 3 questions to the panelists and perhaps also for us to brainstorm. Number 1, the question, are we the right people? Or are we treating the symptoms? So my first question, what are PBOs doing in helping their respective governments to reduce the appetite for loans? I want to be very simple. Do we even at times understand the terms of these particular loans? Number 2, I have had my brother from Ghana really sweating a lot to ensure that they get to the yellow color. Are our leaders really interested in achieving this sustainability? Or are we the really people that find it awkward when everything seems to be normal? And finally, I would have really been pleased to hear from our colleague that was to come from IMF, without any offense intended. Don't we feel that we are still being colonized by our so-called friends, the IMF, the World Bank, and you name them? Is it time that as African and also as PBOs, we need also to think outside the box? I would really be very interested to hear your comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there's a hand up there.
Thank you very much to the presenter. I have a few questions which I need a clarification to. Like for the fiscal stability and long-term growth, I really need a clarification on how can African countries balance the need for debt finance infrastructure development with maintaining long-term fiscal stability. I need a clarification from the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can now come to our presenter and panel. You can determine who answers which question.
Thank you for the questions. I'm going to start with just a small comment that came up yesterday, but I didn't have room to comment. There was a comment yesterday, I think from Nigeria, where they were talking about having lost an opportunity where the executive wanted to discuss, I think, numbers with the MPs, and the MPs rejected, and so they lost the opportunity. I just wanted to share our experience that for us, the MPs don't go, when it comes to the backdoor work, it's us, the PBO, who sit down and do the numbers with the finance guys. Actually, at one point, we're having a situation where the MPs were disagreeing with the minister, and then the minister said, why don't the technical people sit alone and come back and tell us? So in such instances, for the Ugandan experience, we've been very fortunate that whenever we go back and do all the numbers, budget office always has the correct position. So to avoid such embarrassments, when we are doing DSA, the country DSA, budget office is always invited. We go, we are in that meeting with the Minister of Finance, Central Bank, the treasury officers, accountant general staff. We are all in there. Everyone is giving their technical opinion, and then from there we've got the same data, and then we go back and each advise their team based on that. So I think Nigeria team could see if they can go back and explore a working relationship of technical to technical, and then each of you advises. You advise the MPs, they advise the executive. But it is not easy to get MPs to sit down and do the technical work. So back to today, someone asked whether we are doing, what are we doing in advising parliaments to reduce the appetite for borrowing. For the case of Uganda, I have said we sit in the meetings and agree on strategies. So after the COVID shock, we moved from low risk of debt distress as a country to high risk of debt distress. And we're in that room because we knew IMF is coming next week. What are they going to tell the IMF? So we agreed as a country, because in that meeting we are all thinking about the country. We are all Ugandans in there. We are thinking about what is good for us as Uganda. And what are we going to tell all our different bosses when we go back? So in there we agreed that we are going to undertake fiscal consolidation. We are going to sequence projects because we run different scenarios. We have projects that are on the list, like Cabinet wants maybe 25 projects coming up. Then you have these other projects in the National Development Plan that were supposed to be implemented. So we agreed and said we are going to advise our bosses. It is not possible. It is not sustainable. We have to sequence these projects. So today, when you read the Ministry of Finance documents on the budget, you're going to find words like government is undertaking fiscal consolidation on debt to manage debt. They are sequencing projects. You're going to find all that, but all that came from the efforts of the technical staff sitting together and agreeing on what can work. So when I went back to Parliament, I sit on the committee responsible for debt in Parliament. So I advised them on debt. So I told them, this is the situation. And you know, debt hates noise. Sometimes we are making so much noise, but the rating agencies are going to pick that noise. And before you know it, you're being rated differently. And the implication is the cost of borrowing goes high. So we explained these things to the MPs. And we are like, we need to restructure debt. We need to remain within safe levels because the cost of borrowing is going to go up. We explained these things of liquidity issues to that committee. It's the committee that reports to Parliament. And so that is how we've managed to have the whole idea of sequencing projects having buy-in in the Parliament. But because it has real implications, it's about telling this MP what you promised your voters, you will not have realized it by the next election. But they've got to realize that this is the situation we are in. Then on whether we are still being colonized because we are using the IMF tools, there are so many tools out there. There was some consultant who came to us and was trying to sell a tool, another debt tool. So what we did was we gave him the data and asked him to run the numbers. The results were the same, but now we had to pay money. But you have a free tool on this other side. You're running a constrained budget. Are you going to say because there is this tool that is free and it was designed by a person you don't like, you will not use it, yet it's giving you the same result? So I think most important thing is let us do the analysis ourselves. The problem is it's always mostly fiscal. When I was doing my class, our lecturers used to always, I had a lecturer who previously worked with IMF, and he used to always say, it's always IMF. And so we asked him, what is it? And he was like, it's always mostly fiscal. Let's control our fiscal. Let's be in charge of our projections. Let's be in charge. So when the IMF guys come and tell you it's like this, you ask them why. Because for us, we find it's this way. That's why we do our DSA before the IMF mission comes, and our staff are ready with numbers to take them on. So that is what I can say. We can still have our numbers. There are several tools out there. If you've got money, pay for the expensive tools. But if you don't have money, there are tools out there that you can still use. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add small to Janet's explanation, I think what additionally PBOs can do to reduce the cost of debt. Because when you take the loan agreement, particularly parliaments that approve loan agreement like Ghana, if you take the loan agreement, the hidden clauses in the loan when you go inside and take them out and work them to their financial implications, the cost of the loan go far beyond the stated conditions in the term sheet. And so we need to understand, for example, there are tax exemptions that are huge. Yesterday, Dr. Masinde was talking about tax expenditure, and most of them are hidden in the loan agreements, tax gross up provisions, default conditions, and all that. So what we do, what we call a very smart all-in cost computation. That one is not difficult to do because if you can take just about 30 minutes to do it and give it to the committee at the approving stage of the loan. But that will require that you understand the implications so that you gross up everything to tell the committee that this is how much this loan will add to public debt. So our role is to help bring down the cost of debt at the approval stage so that in future it doesn't escalate. And concerning IMF, I think Ghana has been to IMF 17 times. This is our 17th time of going to IMF. When I was still in primary school. And so you begin to ask whether the medication is working. Because if a doctor, keep giving you medication and then you have to go and come back. And I think that is where you were heading to when you begin to question the role of, and I think the IMF as an institution is beginning to do self-examination to see whether there's really something wrong with their support to developing countries. Because why is it that they can't get people out of, the quagmire? And so, and the literature is replete with articles that really question this, your position. And I think developing countries need to begin to engage the IMF to see, the cause of this perennial problem. Now, balancing development and fiscal stability means that, again, we have to, because borrowing cannot be, is essential. And so no government can go away from borrowing. But the role of PBO is to ensure that, again, we reduce the cost of the debt at the approval stage, where, if the conditions are favorable to the country, the impact on overall public debt will be minimal. So I think that should be where we should be looking at. Thank you.
I think we need to wrap this up because we are going for an online presentation in a few minutes. So can I ask that any other questions that you have will actually be diverted into either the next plenary, they will still be around.
Mine is not a question, it's actually a clarification based on the misconception by Janet of our presentation yesterday. So you will allow me just 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds.
Good. What you referred to as a missed opportunity yesterday was not on the medium-term debt strategy, it was actually MTSS, medium-term sector strategies. Thank you, that's just the clarification.
You still had 12 seconds to go, but it's okay. I really thank you for that. So allow me, on your behalf, to thank the team, Janet Mataka, as well as Mr. Mohamed Nyagsi, for their presentation and discussion on managing debt sustainability and fiscal stability. So let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm sure this has spurred a lot of discussion, thought, and interest in what actually happens in our different countries. On this note, and this is something I should have said earlier, congratulations on finishing day 2. This was a presentation from yesterday. So now we are in day 3. Once again, a very good morning. I'm sure if you look at your programs, we are supposed to have a presentation from our director, but we have got one of our panelists for the session starting at 10:15 who is waiting online. So we should have Ms. Margaret Louise Irving, who is taking us through building capacity for sound financial management in African institutions, opportunities for PBO capacity building initiatives. So maybe the technical team can advise. Is Ms. Irving online? Can you hear us?
I'm online and hoping you are able to hear me, so if you could confirm, that would be great.
Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear. First of all, what time is it where you are?
That is a question perhaps you should not ask. I am in Washington, D.C. at the moment, and it is currently just after 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, I just wanted everybody to get a feel of that so that we can appreciate that you have been up all night, and we now put it over to you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just making sure I try and get this in presenter mode. There we go. So hopefully I'm sharing my screen. I'm not sure if, yes, it looks like it is possible to see my slides. I wanted to thank the colleagues who went previously. I'm very glad I got to listen in on that session on debt because it's so important. And my presentation is not going to be quite as technical as our colleague mentioned. I'm going to be talking about capacity building and what that means, and perhaps being a little bit disruptive in trying to think about what is important and how we approach this. So my starting point, I'm joining you from the regional office of UNICEF, the East and Southern African regional office of UNICEF. And I know that we have touch points with many of those in the room, but I guess as kind of an overview, as a starting point, I wanted to kind of really touch on what is it that UNICEF does, what is its approach to public finance, so that we can start to get a sense of where our kind of goals overlap. And I think they overlap almost everywhere. So UNICEF thinks about its role in public finance across 4 kind of categories. It's about measuring and monitoring investment, how big are budgets, what is happening, is there fiscal transparency and accountability, maximizing the impact of budgets, so making sure that we are doing things efficiently and equitably, increasing investment, making sure that there is actually enough money and enough money spent sustainably to reach key targets. And then what we're really going to talk about today, strengthening policies and making sure there's the right capacity for better investment. So all of those things, I think, are relevant, of course, to this audience. I like to kind of, for me, break it down into 3 really simple buckets. Are allocations informed? So I think PBOs are key to this, to providing the right information. One of the areas where we see that there's a lot of need for work and strengthening is on doing some background costing. And so that really falls into that first bucket. Are the allocations that budgets are making informed by good evidence? Then one that I think is also critical for this audience, transparency, making sure that information is accessible, understandable, available in a timely manner, and ensuring that participation is key to how budgets are formulated. And then the last piece, a little bit of the monitoring piece, really, are budgets credible? Are they predictable? Are they conducted? And are there elements kind of undertaken in a consistent manner? So with that in mind, let me touch on some of the key ways that UNICEF has worked with PBOs or worked in complementary ways to PBOs, where there are opportunities for us to work further together, and what has worked really well. I guess all of this I want to underscore by saying we can talk about capacity, but capacity is only helpful insofar as increased capacity leads to actual impact, actual improvements in some of these things that we care about with respect to budgets. So we want to see that some of the costing that we do, for example, the costing that we help support, actually gets translated into budget conversations. And of course, that's where PBOs are critical. They're the intermediaries, they're the glue. And we certainly have seen some great examples of that. We've seen, we work closely with the International Budget Partnership. You'll all know the Open Budget Survey. On the point of impact, the IBP recently prepared a good summary for us of what was happening across the sub-Saharan African countries where UNICEF works. And I'm happy to inform you that unlike the rest of the world, and believe it or not, there is in fact increased transparency. It's a slow process, but there's increased transparency across the sub-Saharan African countries over the last few years. And I think that's, again, largely attributed to the work of PBOs. We have worked on communicating information more effectively. So how do PBOs better communicate what they're seeing, what they're learning? It's been things as simple as working on capacity for improving infographics and improving visualization of data. We've also worked on making budget information more accessible. So, for example, of course, preparation of citizens' budgets, but one of the newer things we've done, in fact, recently in Uganda, was preparation of a Braille budget so that the blind are able to understand and participate in budget processes. Of course, support for public hearings by Parliament, and then we've even, within the last few years, seconded an expert to Mozambique, to the Mozambican PBO, to try and enhance budget oversight, capacity of parliamentarians, and so on. I could talk in detail about some of those programs, but what I wanted to kind of talk about was to say that these kinds of issues, these kinds of programs are at the core of what we do. These transparency, participation, accountability, costing, those kinds of things are at the core of what we do. But I think what multilateral organizations really do and partners really do is help to bring for situating the conversations in a way that speaks to what's driving action at executive level. So I'm going to give an example here. I know there are other sessions on this, but I'm going to use the example of climate financing. I was at the UNECA Conference of Ministers. All of the conversations were about climate. That was the core theme and the core discussion that was happening there. And I think what I'm really trying to bring home is how important understanding things like climate finance and understanding things like innovative financing can really be to making sure that there's impact in the nature of the capacity building activities. So I've selected this one theme, just like I say, as an illustration. Why does it matter to the folks sitting in the room? So hoping I'm correct, there are 15 countries represented in the room. Of those countries, I don't know if you can guess how many are considered to be among the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, among the top quarter, the top 25%. That would be 11 of the countries in the room, right? So the large majority of the countries in the room are facing this challenge. We don't always see that reflected in budgetary conversations. We don't always see that reflected in approaches to how we're thinking about the impacts of allocation. Similarly, across a number of the countries here, there have been some major weather events. We've seen floods and landslides, we've seen cyclones, we've seen severe drought. Sometimes we're tempted to think these things happen, they're part of just naturally the kind of climate events that happen anyway, but in fact, all of these events, the severity of them and the consequences for people were heightened by climate change quite significantly. I'm going through the slide quite quickly, but I guess I really want to flag the real impact, the need to have a budget that is responsive to these kinds of issues, because that's in part where the impact lies, but that's also where some of the conversations are at. I'm, again, long slide, not going to go into huge amounts of detail in the interest of time to give our colleagues time to talk a little bit more. But all of the things that we think about at UNICEF, climate change increases the impact on these things, and that again needs to be reflected in how we're thinking about what are we doing with the budget. Health, for example, temperatures go up. Children are far more affected by extreme temperature events. Health centers can be disrupted by these things. Are those considerations being built into budgets? What can we do to make sure that they are better built into budgets? What kind of capacity needs to come? What kind of capacity can we provide? Is there a climate framework that you are familiar with? Another example, we think about wash, sanitation, and there are not good services in many instances when we see extreme events like flooding. This leads to a number of kind of waterborne diseases because there just aren't adequate services. So are we building in those impacts of climate change into how we think about budgets? I showed you this right up front. It's very hard, I know, to read a long slide when you're sitting in your chair. But I guess what I wanted to flag with this is I showed the same slide earlier on. These are the kinds of tools and the things we think about to try to make sure that these things are incorporated into an analysis of the budget, into ensuring accountability and into ensuring effectiveness. Is there a disaster risk financing strategy? What, for example, what can PBOs do to kind of better support the implementation or the integration of this into their approaches to engagement with parliamentarians? Is there good secting of costing of national disaster plans, for example? Do you feel there's adequate technical support, technical assistance for design of climate-friendly and inclusive budgeting? Is there climate-focused social accountability? Are we making sure that the right voices are getting heard? And at the heart of all of this is, of course, that capacity element. I'm conscious of time. I want to try and allow the other colleagues on the panel the same amount of time that I have had. So I'm going to stop there. But I have put up a QR code and a link to a Google Jamboard. If there are things, if any of this resonates and you feel like you really would like to kind of have a little bit more of support in some of these areas, please flag some post-it notes there, because that's a great way for us to continue the conversation. And for us to kind of hear from you as well. So if you scan that QR code, it'll bring up a Jamboard, and feel free to post some kind of notes on there. I'm going to stop there. I was trying to stick to 10 minutes, as I know there are 3 folks on this panel. Like I say, I think the kind of disruptive element of this was really just trying to get us to think, how do we adapt capacity building to try to make sure that we are positioning all of those core principles, transparency, information, accountability, in the context of improving the kind of conversation by having a focus on the issues that are relevant. I'll stop there, but happy to take questions, and also looking forward to hearing from colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irving. I hope you heard the claps from this side. I'll just ask them to clap louder so that we are sure that... Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was really important that we get to understand the relationship, the partnership, especially between UNICEF and the PBOs, and also about innovative funding, innovative financing and climate financing. Now, we shall have one discussant here, Ms. Rachel Gondo. Could I invite Ms. Gondo to please come to the front? We'll give her about 5 minutes to either critique or support your paper, and thereafter we shall throw this back to the plenary and see what views we have from the different countries here. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you. So, as introduced, my name is Rachel Gondo, and I work with the Public Service Accountability Monitor that is based at Rhodes University in South Africa. And the PSAM is an institute within the university that is leading or documenting social accountability practice. So we believe that when we learn from the application of different social accountability principles, approaches, and tools, you can get to inform theory and how we think and understand the world. So as the PSAM, we're part of an alliance, a consortium called the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, the PSAA, a mouthful. Oh, so at the PSAM, I lead the regional learning work. So a space like this, we are definitely used to non-state actor action, civil society spaces. So maybe I should have said all protocols observed at the beginning. We usually don't have protocols in our other spaces. So, but as the PSAA, there are a number of colleagues here. It is led by ActionAid International, and we have been operating in the project for over 7 years now in 7 Southern African countries. But over the years, we scaled down to 2, Zimbabwe and Zambia. And there, within that consortium, one of our main objectives, or our goal, was to strengthen legislative oversight. And the main element within our strategy was that we identified Parliament staff and Parliament budget offices as catalysts to strengthening legislative oversight. And we believe that when you build the capacity of Parliament staff and PBOs as the independent, autonomous budget advisory entities that they are, you get to build capacity that stays. given the volatility of legislative representatives. So basically, we have been doing this in Zimbabwe and Zambia, and Zimbabwe for a less amount of time, probably 4 years now, and in Zambia for a longer period of time. And so one of the key ways in which we have done this was to create a space in which we have a shared understanding of what the purpose of legislative oversight is. And in support of the previous submission, we believe that we believe in fiscal transparency, we believe in public participation in decision making, and we definitely want governments to be accountable over public finances, because that is how then the public resource management system produces the public goods that it is meant to for the intended beneficiaries. And so because we have that shared purpose, it becomes, we have had capacity initiatives that bring us to that shared understanding, and understanding public resource management as a social accountability system that is made up of different actors who have different roles and mandates, and how each actor has a particular mandate. Even though they can have differing opinions and viewpoints, there are points of convergence that can be created directly and indirectly. So basically taking the nuance within public resource management and layering the element of relationship building, layering trying to harness the power of relationships in trying to understand system and system dynamics, and how we can leverage those to get the kind of outputs that we want to see, which is the public goods that our governments have committed to in different frameworks, from the global, regional, and at national level. I think I have, in terms of time, I've probably used quite a lot of time, but to cut my presentation a little, to run through some of the points, I think definitely in terms of opportunities to strengthen capacities of PBOs, more support in terms of the ability to provide quality, credible information to members of parliament consistently and in a timely manner. So efforts that look to do that would definitely enhance oversight over time. And in terms of technical skills, I think in our interactions with the PBOs that we have engaged with, in Malawi, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, there has been a need for technical skills such as coaching on macroeconomic forecasting. So we use the word coaching here deliberately, because it's not just we bring someone to give this input and then you are left to apply all by yourself in the wind, but rather an impartation, instructor-led, but also then a learning process that is accompanied. So definitely coaching, and then also coaching on macroeconomic forecasting, understanding sophisticated modeling approaches and tools, sector and thematic-based analysis, gender responsive, how gender responsive is financing, and actually getting that information in a disaggregated manner in a way that is meaningful for the ordinary person to understand, so that when they are making their decisions in relation to, for example, democratic or electoral accountability, or even when they go in to participate in district-wide consultations, they are actually making informed contributions that enhance the kinds of policies that then come out of the system. Disaster risk financing, I think this has been spoken about, but also being able to actually document and talk more explicitly about how the impact of illicit financial flows, the impact of corruption, and how that is actually pervasive, and how the different ecosystem actors are playing a role, and how they can actually play a role in anti-corruption or anti-corruption reform. And then Again, a very big thing that isn't necessarily a forte of auditors and accountants and very, very technically skilled people. To resonate better with intended budget users, the ability to tell stories. So storytelling. I know UNICEF has spoken a lot about the data storytelling, the use of infographics. But we definitely want to see PBOs also leverage human interest stories. You are now playing on different elements of resonating with the different users, the people that then get to make the decisions about what then happens. So we need to definitely diversify our skill set in how to reach that audience. So a very intended, deliberate focus on, okay, so these are the products that we have produced. What has been the utilization? So PBOs do need to have monitoring and evaluation and learning systems that actually are able to tell you that we produced this analysis with 60 pages. What did it then do? Do we need to take that 60 pages? This 60 pages works for this audience, but for Rachel and her friends, they would need an infographic. And for our stakeholder group, they need infographics. They also need human interest stories from their constituencies about what this actually looks like in their areas. And so you get to use evidence in creative and innovative ways, and sometimes you can get to kill a lot of birds with just one stone. And this is not investing. With one document, you could make like 6 different types to reach different types of people and measure to what extent that is effective in terms of utilization. So definitely effective mail systems to measure your utilization. This is to enhance the accessibility of your products, because your products are not only useful to the representatives that you serve, the members of parliament, citizens as well are looking to those products, the citizens' budget. That is how we are enhancing our understanding of why things are the way they are and how we can participate in the solutioning of some of the problems that we're facing in our societies. Lastly, leveraging the power of accountability ecosystem relationships. You are oversight entities. You play a critical role in strengthening oversight. It's important to also have relationships with multiple stakeholders as well. Other oversight entities, the auditor, the Supreme Audit institutions, but also other non-state actors, your business associations, your trade unions, having deliberate strategies that look to either engage with and get context, timely, accessible information about the real-time experiences of how the context is actually changing, and how that then impacts your analysis and what then comes out. This may actually enhance the power that you have directly, but also indirectly. You have visible and hidden power, which we believe in our project, in our consortium, we actually see you as a super bullet. So I think that's it for me. Thank you. Do I sit here? Thanks. It's very lonely.
Oh, that you could come and sit here.
Thank you. That's right.
Could we please give another round of applause to Ms. Rachel Gondo? And I think several important questions have been raised. Who are your audiences? How are you actually reaching out to them? Is it through human interest? Are you using your data stories? Do you understand now that there is actually a thread between the PBOs and the community and the environment? All of these have been raised. But now over to you as our plenary. I would like to know what happens in your countries, or what questions do you have? What areas of clarification would you like to get from these 2 senior presenters? Yes, I see Liberia's hand is up. After Liberia, I think we'll come down. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, and let me again thank presenters. My attention is drawn to the issue raised by one of the speakers as it relates to climate change. Climate change poses significant challenges to society. I think the speaker mentioned about flood and other things that impact on the ecosystem. My situation is, in this situation, and as PBO, as Parliament, and we are preparing our budget, what should we do to budget for climate change adaptation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liberia. Yes, please. Sierra Leone.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. Mine is not really a question. Maybe it's an input to what has been presented. When Dr. Munir was presenting, of course, she mentioned that UNICEF, some of the support areas they're doing is capacity building in terms of communication and the use of infographics, to be specific, she mentioned. And that is an area I actually want to also maybe talk a little bit on, because I faced similar situation and were able to also find a way to resolve some of the challenges. So now, when we started our budget office, or when we actually started creating impact, I noticed that parliamentarians, politicians generally, for some reasons, or maybe their constituency commitment, they are not quite interested in reading too many documents. And the essence of budget office actually is not to just produce report, but you want those reports to be translated into policy reforms. So for the most part, if you produce briefs for them, that is 10, 15 pages, I assure you, you're actually doing it to decorate your website. For the most part, they will not read it. So what we did was, I didn't even know that UNICEF usually support in those areas, of course. We adopted a system. Okay, initially, some of them will come to say, we did not even see your report, even when it is published on the website. Then we created a website, a WhatsApp group, because we have this parliamentary support group in our parliament. So you just send whatever that is for MPs, you send to them. They have a way of disseminating. But then eventually I noticed that their interest is whatever that is voluminous, 5, 6 pages, their commitment perhaps do not give them chance. So now what we do is, whatever report you produce, you always do an abridged version. So if I do my brief that is 15 page, there is going to be an abridged version, a summarized one, maybe 3-pager, in the form of a flyer. You send that to them. They can even be in their cars and they look at it and they're excited. If I tell them interest rate has increased or is likely to increase from this to this, they're excited, and then some of them that are interested will call now to get more details. Then it is at that point maybe you refer them to the full-blown report. Because you are also in a situation, as budget office, you want to present a document that gives very clear picture to some other readers. So you are not going to rely also entirely on the abridged version. So, so that is very key. And then the use of the infographic, I also agree with her. If you present to parliamentarians, for example, because this is the group of MPs that we deal with for the most part, there is what we call PowerPoint presentation, dead on arrival. You show them a slide that is worthy. Perhaps by the time you go to the third slide, they are either on their phones or they are away making calls and all. But if you try the option of infographics, you would notice that they will always be looking forward to the next slide, because they want to see the slides quite sexier and they want to know what next that is coming up. So that has actually worked for us. So if you are a new budget office coming up, maybe these are some of options you could also try. It might work as well in your case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone. This is the first time I hear of sexier slides, but I'm sure the point has been put across. For now, let me take this back to Washington. If Margaret, if you're able to talk to us now, you've got a few of those questions or comments from Sierra Leone and from Liberia. Is our connection still there?
Let me know. Sorry, I think my audio is working.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Perfect. Perfect. Great. So yes, I just wanted to start in reverse order and thank our colleague from Sierra Leone. I do believe that good visualization of information is one of the most powerful things to communicate a message effectively. Yeah, so thank you for those thoughts. To our colleague from Liberia, I think one of the reasons I used climate as an example is because it really needs to be integrated. It's not like one thing that we can do, as I'm sure you, I guess, are kind of getting to as well. It needs to be integrated across how you consider things. So is there account for the fact that there are changing livelihoods and that there are changing needs as climate changes slowly? Is there a good disaster risk mitigation plan in place? There kind of is there a good review of how the budget is touching on climate, on how allocations are really considering what needs to happen? Investment cases, right? So, for example, there's a lot of good work to be done on investment cases for solarization or alternative forms of energy. Are those coming into conversations around how things move forward? On the revenue side, like I say, there's huge interest at the moment in various forms of climate finance, things like green bonds, for example. What consideration is happening? What's consideration is happening on how those are being raised? A bond is not a new form of financing, but the climate component is. What are the consequences in the long term of those new approaches to old forms of financing? What are the consequences for countries? And what does it mean to have access to that extra revenue? How is that revenue being spent? Is it being spent in quite a narrow focused way? Or is it being spent with realization that climate impacts really kind of extend quite widely across the population? I could go into a lot of depth. I'm just throwing out some of the key areas that I think are relevant and important to touch on, and hopefully we can continue that conversation if it's of interest offline at some point and talk about what are the most meaningful ways to kind of carry that forward and really mainstream thinking about something like climate so that it's incorporated into kind of PBO practices moving forward. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. I'll pass the back on to Rachel.
Okay. So maybe I just wanted to share that as within the PSA, there are also the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance. There is also an initiative that we did carry out as civil society to create an agroecology financing analysis toolkit. So this is just an example of how to assess to what extent funds are being allocated to a particular response, so this is just an element within the climate change conversation. So again, going back to the point I made about leveraging the partnerships and the relationships with the stakeholders that are not necessarily like us, or stakeholders that we may not necessarily talk to on a day-to-day basis. There is quite a lot of work within the civil society space around, within the climate space, and also within the gender space as well. And basically, I should just say, for inclusive transformation. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. From the look of interest in the group, they seem to have absorbed just about everything that was said. So I really want to thank Ms. Margaret Irving, who is a senior economist, and thank you also for all that information on UNICEF, and thank you for staying up all this time. And also want to thank Rachel Gondo, Senior Programs Consultant, PSM at Rhodes University, South Africa. So let's give them another round of applause for their presentations. Margaret, if you're still on, you're welcome to continue listening in, and the next time you're in Kampala, you're welcome to join us for a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. Now, we're now moving on to the next presentation, and this is the topic, Integration of Social and Economic Decline and Climate Changes Considerations into Long-Term Fiscal Sustainability. I know some of this may have been covered, but allow me to invite Director Mr. Suleiman Chigundu, Director PBO Uganda, to please come and take us through this presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Odeke. My topic has almost been halfway covered, but I'll try my best to pick out the key elements that could be relevant for the budgetary offices in particular. So I'm discussing about integrating socio-economic decline and climate change consideration into the long-term fiscal sustainability. And what I'm going to share are mainly some facts about climate change in Uganda and some global figures, and look at what is being done in Uganda, but also the gist of the constitution will be what is our role as PBOs and how can we help our governments and legislatures to improve on climate change issues. So that's the outline, some key facts and climate change impact, global climate rankings for Uganda, international climate finance mechanisms available, and then the climate finance for Uganda, assessing the challenges, reviewing the role of PBOs and future options, opportunities, and then the conclusion. So those are some of the facts. Some of you are first-time comers in Uganda. Our size of the country is 236 square kilometers as viewed there, and we have just had a census which gave our population, not yet results, final results are out, but we are around 46 million Ugandans. Our main economic activity is agriculture, and our per capita is around 1,200. Then the other aspects is on the climate change impact. We are highly dependent on natural resources, and we are most vulnerable to the climate impact changes. For example, where we are now, at one point, Lake Victoria, waters went up, I think, the highest in over 100 years, and most of these places were submerged, and that marina, you couldn't even find your hotel room, some of those rooms down there. So, and we have floods like any other country, and other changes in weather patterns, drop in water levels sometimes, where we get electricity challenges, increase the frequency of extreme weather conditions, and other aspects. Now, these are the climate change global rankings for Uganda. For example, when it comes to greenhouse gases emissions, Uganda ranked 176 out of 188 countries. In other words, we are less emitters of greenhouse gases emissions. And when you look at our contribution to the global greenhouse emissions, it is 0.07. But when it comes to vulnerability, we are at 155 out of 188. In other words, we are very vulnerable to the climate change aspects, even when we are less emitters. And this may apply to many of other African countries that are here. And our readiness as a measure of how we can invest for climate change is also very limited. Then this other graph shows the emissions by sector. If you look at power industry, industrial combustion and processes, buildings, agriculture, which is our main economic activity, is one of the areas that emits much of those effects. So as we shall see, part of the solution is smart agriculture, and then we shall see what PBOs can do in influencing that change. Then we have climate finance gap. Of course, this refers to the local, national, and the transnational financing done from public, private, and alternative sources of finance that seeks to support mitigation and adaptation actions that address climate change. So if you look at the figures, according to the Climate Policy Initiative, global climate needs an increase of about $90 trillion annually by 2030. This year is 2024, so in 6 years, we would need $90 trillion to mitigate the climate change effects. But so far, we are only around $1 million. So there is a huge deficit of around 8.9 that is required. So that's one of the challenges to do the climate financing. So there is a unique climate financing gap globally that can mitigate the impacts. So where is climate financing coming from? According to the Global Landscape Report, when you look at that report, public fund is 0.2, export credit agencies 1.8, multilateral climate funds 2.9, bilateral direct financial institutions 32, state-owned financial institutions 60, multilateral governments 99, state-owned enterprises, and the national financial institutions. So if you look at that figure, those are the sources. And when you look at those two bars, between the public and the private, almost the contribution is close. For the public, it's 640, for the private, 625. But when you look at the regional distribution, most of the funding goes to Western Europe, Latin America, you can see Asia, and very true is coming to Africa, which is one of the most vulnerable areas. What about Uganda? The case for Uganda, when we looked at the information available at the Ministry of Finance and all other government agencies, we realized that between 2009 and 2011, we found an average of 0.2 of GDP, which is significantly lower than 1.6, indicated as the necessary investment to implement the new climate change policy. And according to the cost adaptation strategy, there is a financing gap of almost $3.9 US. So Uganda government planned to provide 30% of required funds, while 70% was to be accessed from international sources. So you can look at that adaptation. What is provided is 900 million compared to US 2.5 billion that is required. So there's a huge financing gap for climate change mitigation. These are the sources, and why I'm giving this sort of background is one, as I'll make my few slides that are coming next. As the PBOs, our role is to provide information and research to our members of parliament. Imagine a scenario, people have been talking about high turnover of MPs. Uganda is no exception. like we are told yesterday, in the last election, almost 85%, close to almost 85% of members lost. So we had a new complete parliament. And the same is happening to most of our sister countries, I know. I know some, a few of them, our colleagues in Kenya, Zambia. I don't know how much of Ghana, whether for them they retain MPs forever, permanently. But where they change, it is a big problem. Because it takes a lot of time and effort as PBOs to train and orient members of parliament on some of these facts, hard facts. Some of these are too technical terms, you know, greenhouse gases, fossil gases, climate change adaptation. And you know, since they are not here, and I think I'm not heard, MPs are elected by people, and the people don't mind about how much knowledge may be legislative. They are voted based on their own interests. Someone is a very good member of society, they are elected. And also you have to excuse them. They cannot know everything before they come to parliament. So PBO occupies a very unique place in terms of capacity building for members of parliament. But here you are with a member of parliament 5 years down the road. Then the voters have different interests and the choices. Your best MP to you as a budget officer is the worst to the voters. And they don't have any claim, any legitimacy that you bring me this chairman has been very good. He knows climate change. He knows budget analysis. So that's why as PBOs, we are the cornerstone of ensuring continuity in terms of analysis over some of these matters. So, providing all this information, imagine you are orienting members of parliament on the climate change committee. You have to have all these hard facts, because some of this question they are hearing it for the first time in all of their working history. Someone has been a professor of insects at Rhodes University or University of Ghana, Accra. His knowledge is on insects, how they walk, how they move, how they sleep. Now here comes legislation on climate change. The man is an illiterate on that level. So now our role is to ensure that a professor of insects understands, a professor of law, criminal law, he also handles criminals, whether they are killed, you know, gang rapers, you know. Now you bring him to, you know, forecasting, Mr. Masinde, you know. You bring all those equations and Muhammad, you put all of them, that if you forecast this is the economy, the next you will see disease in Kenya, hope they stop there, they don't come to us. We are taming ours slowly. But those are the consequences of having a population that is disconnected with the parliament. So our role is provide as much information, as much evidence to the legislators, so that by the time they go on to legislate, they are knowledgeable. So these are the strategies in Uganda, like any other country. This one you can read. These are the projects, climate change finance projects. All of this information is very useful to members of parliament. And you have it in your, but have you collected it together? Have you pieced it together? So that an incoming chairman on the environmental committee is aware of what has been done. Because some people come like our sister Rachel from the civil society world, and for them, they don't have diplomacy in their attack of government. This government has done nothing. You get it? But you also, as a budget officer, you don't allow your MPs to be like a civil society. You have to give them hard facts that these are the projects financed by government. They may not be enough, but at least government has made some effort by giving this very hard information. So after having done all of that, the institutional mechanism. Now, in Uganda, for particular, and in the interest of other members, other PBOs, for us as budget office, we do what we call a compliance audit. So when we made the National Climate Change Act, there was two provisions that are very critical that may be, as a point of reference, you can take home. One of them is a section that talks about the Minister responsible for finance in consultation with the consultation, some of my, when you're presenting here, you know some information. Yeah, okay. The Minister responsible for finance for climate change will provide the climate change financing, taking into account viable climate change mechanisms at national level and international climate financing mechanism under the Paris Agreement. Then the other provision that's more important, the next one, that's why I highlighted it in red, that the Act amended the Public Finance Management Act under Section 30, requiring the Minister responsible for climate change, in consultation with the National Planning Authority, to issue a certificate certifying that the budget framework paper is climate change responsive and contains adequate allocation for funding climate change measures and actions. So now, here we are, budget office, we don't have climate change experts. Now, this is how such a collaborative arrangement like this network could help. Like UNICEF, maybe we have experience, like our colleagues, the researchers, Rhodes University, they have professors only specialized in climate change financing. Now, they can collaborate with PBOs, provide that research that can be given to the members of Parliament to ensure that every sector, every program, every vote has an inclusion of mitigation measures in climate change. We may not have the capacity, and we are not going to tell you that here in Uganda PBO, we have all the expertise in climate change, but we rely on expertise from other stakeholders, because our role is to ensure that members of Parliament pass legislation with the facts and the figures. So that's very, very important. Now, understanding, now connecting the topic, the socio-economic curriculum, what does it mean? Downturn on issues like, that impact on fiscal stability, higher employment, declining incomes, increasing social welfare needs that exacerbate budgetary pressures. Therefore, that's why climate change introduces long-term risks, such as frequency of extreme weather, sea levels, rising shifts in agricultural productivity. These risks can lead to significant economic costs affecting infrastructure, health, and productivity. So that's the connection. Now, as PBOs, what are we supposed to do? Now, this is the gist of the matter. That the PBOs provide, first of all, independent, non-partisan analysis of public spending, fiscal policy, and economic practice of government initiatives related to climate change. Yesterday we had a list we had from Mr. Bekabi, the first director of Budget Office, and our senior legislators, Honorable Musomba, Honorable Kelaso, who were at the core of introducing budget offices. When you're on the government side, you don't want anything that brings in more strain on the resources, even when you know the truth. So sometimes I've not had an experience of, since we are the first PBO, a PBO staff crossing to the other side to become an MOP and a minister, and I don't wish that to happen. If you retire, go home, and either you rear animals, you look after yourself, but joining the other side would be disastrous for PBOs. Because now you give all the other side, the executive, all our information, how we struggle with them. So, the role of PBOs to be non-partisan. And some people go on become members of Parliament. They have been either technical, undersecretaries, permanent secretaries. They know the challenges they've been facing as technocrats. But when they join the government, they forget all about their technocracy. They begin saying the government is right all the time. So, what do? You have to make sure that we do provide the government with the non-partisan analysis. What is it that you are going to do on climate change? Because I've seen floods in Kenya, in Ethiopia. I don't know Akura whether it floods, but sometimes Kampala floods and all other countries. So what is it that we do? We provide that non-partisan, and how do we do it? We do it by budget analysis, forecasting. For countries like have very working economic models. This is one of the areas And this year also UNICEF comes in handy and other collaborative elements. How do you forecast climate change impacts in projects, including expenditures on mitigation, adaptation, renewable energy, and infrastructure? Because climate change goes hand in hand with infrastructure needs. We need the roads, we need the energy, but the energy you need constructing dams has its own impacts on climate change, on the river flows and all of that. In Uganda, you have the longest river, you know it, River Nile, and River Nile comes from Lake Victoria, and Lake Victoria you can go and have a touch. The water is just down there. So that if you touch Lake Victoria, you've touched the Nile. So for those who are not familiar with the Nile, at least you go and drink some water, the Nile water at least, but you must drink the purified one. So what do? We try as much as possible to ensure that PBOs should do that, but we cannot do it alone, because the countries that have interest in the Nile are very many. Uganda, sometimes Kenya, Ethiopia, the Sudan, Egypt, where it ends. So all of those are issues that we need the energy, but then what do we do with the huge environmental impacts? Ethiopia, for example, had to struggle to construct that big Renaissance dam amidst agitations from Uganda and Egypt. So all those are issues. The forecasts, the potential long-term costs and the savings of investment in green technologies and climate change resilience, helping governments and policymakers balance budgets effectively. So PBOs may not do this alone. Some are not well financed, some are incapacitated, but we can do, this is what we ought to do in order to help our MPs make informed decisions. Then monitoring and reporting, people track climate change expenditures, ensuring the funds allocated to climate change are spent as intended. One of the main success stories in our Ugandan people for over the 20 years plus who have been existing, doing some expenditure tracking, the flow of funds. Well, now that's what Parliament is meant to do, one of the core functions, oversight. When you track the flow of funds, that is less cumbersome and less complicated and sophisticated in terms of did the money for either cleaning up this river, desilting, forestation, did it reach our beneficiaries? And sometimes it involves doing impact evaluation. Because if you give money to plant a forest, 2 years down the road, trees are not coming out. Now what happened to the trees? Do they germinate? The trees don't grow downwards, they grow up. You do say forest, that require a lot of knowledge to see that the forest is there. Because you can count the trees that were planted. So those are some of the issues that are very important. We monitor whether spending aligns with the national and international climate commitments, such as the Paris Agreement. Now, the role of PBO is to do what we call a compendium of all. You should have a compendium, summarize all the international agreement certifications. For example, in Africa, they talk about the Abuja Declaration on the health, spending 15%, the Maputo Declaration. So all those are covenants and international agreements that are ratified by Parliament, but the MPs that are new, they don't know them, even the ministers. Because the minister has been a trader, someone has been, I said, I refer to a professor of insects because one time we had a very strong man here and there was a professor of insects and very, very proud. He was a leader of opposition, a very prominent professor, but his specialization was insects. But here he's supposed to interrogate government policy and, climate change, atomic energy, if you are making the law, how do you capacitate them? So the best way is, for example, having compendiums of all policies, of all covenants that the Parliament ratified and are supposed to be used in making policy decisions. So those are some of the areas that are very important. Evaluating policy proposals. This one was talked about by Margaret, who was in Washington when the UNICEF presenter. How do we evaluate policy? PBOs may evaluate government climate policies, assessing their economic impact, feasibility, and financial sustainability. Some of these projects are deadweight investments. They are not productive. Some are stopped along the way, especially in the countries with the full democracies where government change. A new government comes with literally different prepositions and proposals, not taking into account the development plans that had plans where a government was stopped midway implementation. So some of the projects stop along the way. It's only the budget office, which is independent, which ensures continuity, that which can advise. And here we can borrow the wisdom of Mr. Bekabi. Sometimes PBOs, you have to use a lot of technical knowledge, but also political economy. How do you relate with these ministers? How do you relate with the technocrats across governments? Some of these people we started with, they are our colleagues. So some of the agreements between us and them, they are not formal. If you want to get information from Minister of Finance, you don't just write to a person, even if you know him as a former colleague at university or workmate. You find informal ways of making sure that they can provide the information. And sometimes they give us information saying that, Chigondo, I'm giving you this information, but don't tell them that I'm giving it to you. But when you use the information to give MPs an insight on what is coming. So all those are employable tactics in ensuring that we make parliamentarians surprise these new proposals. For example, there are so many financing mechanisms, carbon pricing mechanism, subsidies for renewable energy are available. But how many of these MPs know? And these are some of the people who benefit from carbon credit. Some of them have large chunks of land where they could plant trees and they get these carbon credits, including the officers in the budget offices. Some of you colleagues in the budget offices, you are paid so well, unlike other civil servants. But because climate change begins with you, by the way. How many trees have you planted, for example, all over this year? Some countries are lucky, like Uganda, you have 2 rainy seasons, but you don't even have 10 trees. And then you preach climate change, you do models, Those models can't work when you are not working yourself. So begin with yourself. Are you contributing to any mitigation? Or you are just complaining like others? So those are some of the issues. That finally, impact assessment. People may conduct cost-benefit analysis for climate change mitigation, adoption strategies, quantifying both the short-term financial outlays and the long-term environmental economic benefits. It can assess how well climate finance aligns with equity goals, such as addressing the needs of vulnerable population most affected. And when you do this analysis, when you have partnered with the university, with the other research consortiums, if you are so fearful, you are not so independent, you do joint studies, then they can be published by those other consortiums. But what is most important is to provide the parliament with the informed facts and information that is well researched. That's when you could get acceptance by other government institutions. But if PBOs also become like a civil society and they say this government is not sensitive, you can see all the people are very poor. People, how many? Give facts. All people cannot be poor and all of them cannot be rich. Even in America, they are poor people, They are beggars on the streets. You have been there, you have seen. So give facts. How many are poor? How can they be helped? So the point I'm trying to make is that use evidence, use facts in order to build your case. Once you have the facts, you can convince, including the highest offices. So then the other one, finally, international domestic alignment, ensure that national climate finance strategy aligns with the global climate finance initiatives. Some of your colleagues have worked in the government before, the traditional public service, where there is a tendency for people doing things in a trendy way, as it were. No initiative, How are they integrating, for example, AI, how are they integrating new approaches? As the PBOs, you have to be steadfast because for us, we always have to move with what is going on. We are helping countries to make legislation, and legislation must move with the current dynamics, global dynamics. We are living in a globalized world. So the civil servants, we are the ones who are supposed to review and assess what they have done. So the fact here is that, the other previous topic, capacity building and building networks, it's very important that the acceptance of PBOs, like in any country, is just a matter, is determined by what are you giving, what are you channeling out, how are you helping Parliament in making the decisions, ensuring consistency of global agreements like green climate change. Some of those could sound very technical words to members of Parliament, to everybody, but with the time you begin adopting each of these words. So, and then finally, public transparency. And this is very, very important. What people should struggle, I know every PBO has its own challenge in terms of acceptance, in terms of independence to publish their own data and information. But what is critical is that you try to make your data accessible to the public to ensure transparency on how taxpayer funds are being used to combat climate change. So when a bridge collapses, it doesn't matter whether you're a senior government official, you drive a big car, the bridge has collapsed. You can't go on that side of the city or town. So what is the most important is to ensure that whatever you do, so long as it carries facts and evidence, publish it, make it public, so that people will accept and appreciate your work. So you provide non-technical reports that make complex climate finance issues understandable for both parliamentarians and the general public. You know, these facts, they are technical words. Fossil energies, renewable energies, toxics, intoxication, waste management. These could sound very, very simple words and terminologies, greenhouse emissions, but you simplify them. You simply make them simple, these reports, pick out, make summaries, abridged versions of very, UNICEF was talking about infographics. This is what members of Parliament understand and the public. People nowadays spend most of their time on WhatsApp. Even here, I can say 60 constitutional levels are very low. Why? Because people are on WhatsApp. I don't know why everybody, including myself, WhatsApping all the time. So people may not read those reports of yours very without infographics. So you make the work very simplified, very simple, so that the public can support you, policymakers can support you. We, in our parliament, I think, like in other parliaments, we are running some e-governance models. We are reducing, we are having a paperless parliament. Now, at times, members of parliament are put on the cameras, are playing games and whatever, watching videos, when the session is taking place. So let us not pray to that kind of whatever. The point I'm trying to make, people want very simplified versions, very easy things. You do this, you get this. You don't mitigate this, you get floods. When floods come, they cause famine. When the famine comes, you lose votes. So you do simple analytical briefs from the very complicated to easy, understandable to use. So these are the challenges, capacity constraints, complex climate change funding, managing. Then finally, what are the opportunities? So all of these you make available to members, expanding carbon credits. Uganda has the potential to scale up participation in those carbon markets, climate smart agriculture. All of these, you don't need to be a budget officer and agriculture specialist, but you have so many specialists out there, either in universities, in research, agriculture centers. You try to embrace their research and they give them an opportunity to come and present to members what is smart agriculture, urban farming. We have all potential of doing urban farming in our own homes. At least I've been into Zambia and Zimbabwe, where an average house is on an acre of land. They have a lot of land, but you find a small house inside, there's nothing. No tomatoes, no onions, the whole compound is empty. I'm not saying those Zambians who are here, but those I saw in Zambia, you know. Those ones that are here are very good. They practice what they preach. So it's very important that so in conclusion, so while we have made significant progress in accessing climate change, we must continue building a capacity. That's very, very important. Strengthening institutions and engaging the private sector to scale up effectively the use of these funds. Doing so will be crucial in advancing climate change adoption and mitigation goals, while promoting sustainable economic development. Then, very lastly, PBOs in Africa should be at the forefront of providing legislatures with data and analysis for effective and informed policy decision making. Thank you very much.
Could we give Director Chigundu another round of applause? You know, he started saying finally about 10 slides ago. I think being in Parliament is actually rubbing off. He's now sounding like a politician. But thank you so much. I think that was a lot of information, especially on continuity, in capacity building, in analysis, being able to retrain members of Parliament, especially in the face of high attrition, non-partisan analysis, of course the different employable tactics he shared, simple, pertinent arguments that members of Parliament can understand, and finally, the sexy slides that he used. Thank you very much. Now, can we have 5 minutes from the panelist from Cape Verde, Ms. Carla Calaval? I hope it will be 5 minutes, because I want the people here to take a health break. So, please.
Well, good morning. And first of all, I hope you understand my English, because I'm from a Portuguese country. Well, my colleague already said a lot about how the social and economic decline and climate change affects the fiscal sustainability. So I will be talking about the Cabo Verdean experience. Which are the challenges that we have for fiscal sustainability in Cape Verde? Is the high public debt, the dependence on external financing. We are talking about a really small economy. As I don't know if you know, but in Cabo Verde, we are just 500,000 people. We have a vulnerable economy because we have a limited tax base and we depend extremely from tourism. The climate impacts, the droughts and extreme events strain public finances. Unemployment too is another issue. And also the need for structural reforms, including fiscal modernization and public sector reforms. Also, other challenge is to integrate long-term variables into annual budgets. It's a big challenge, I think. It's not just for Cabo Verde, but also to the other countries, because most of the governments, they often focus on short-term outcomes, neglecting issues such as demographic change and debt sustainability. In talking about the strategy that Cabo Verde is using to effectively integrate these factors into fiscal planning, Cabo Verde has adopted an integrated approach to addressing social and economic decline and climate change in its fiscal planning. This strategy combines fiscal consolidation, social protection, investments in resilient and sustainable infrastructures, and in mobilization of international resources, recognizing that these challenges are interconnected and require coordinated response. For fiscal consolidation, the measures are to control the public expenditures, some tax reforms such as introduction of the electronic tax management system, national revenue portal, electronic invoice, tax-based pension, training, and also modernization of the public administration. To strengthen social protection networks, measures like social inclusion income increase coverage with minimum social contribution, and also was create some climate and social risk insurance. Other measure is promoting investments in strategy sectors like renewable energy development. Cabo Verde is investing a lot in renewable energies to reduce dependence on important fossil fuels, improve fiscal sustainability, and promote sustainable economic growth. The country goal is to reach 100% of renewable energy by 2040 and carbon neutrality by 2050. For 2030, we want to reduce emissions in about 18 or 25%, and we want to achieve 52% of renewable energy in the country. Also, what it means to tourism. We want a sustainable tourism as the economic pillar. As I said before, tourism is the main sector in Cabo Verde because we are talking about islands with great weather, great beaches, but we have the most of the tourism is all-inclusive tourism. So now the government is working to promote more sustainability tourism that respects the environment and also can benefit the local community. And this is including promoting ecotourism and community-based tourism. Also, there is a continuous effort to diversify the economy, reducing dependence on the tourism. Investments in sectors such as fishing, agriculture, the blue economy, and the digital economy are promoted to reduce tourism dependence and increase economic resilience. The integration of climate change into fiscal planning. They are incorporating climate risks into the public budget, accessing international funds such as Green Fund to finance projects that promote climate resilience and sustainability development, and creating the National Emergency Fund to finance rapid response to natural disasters. There are education and training for climate resilience, Cabo Verde is promoting educational programs that integrate awareness of climate change, sustainability, and the green economy, preparing future generations to take hands with this challenge. Also, there are professional training in green sectors. Government is encouraging professional training and workforce training, retraining in sectors such as renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and water resource management to create a more inclusive and resilient economy. There are also inclusive development policy and decentralization, with the main objective to strengthen local autonomy through the transfer of administrative and financial powers from the central government to municipalities. Also, there are strengthening external resource mobilization. There are partnership with international institutions. Cabo Verde maintains strategy partnership with international organizations such as World Bank, IMF, European Union, the African Development Bank, to obtain technical and financial support in economic and social development programs. Mobilizing also foreign aid and foreign direct investments, mobilizing international climate resources, and participating in regional and global initiatives. Also, a lot is being doing for innovation in fiscal and digital governance. The government is promoting fiscal transparency and civic participation in budget planning using digital platforms to provide accessible information to the public about revenues, expenditures, and fiscal policies. The digitalization of government services, including tax administration and public expenditure management systems, has helped improve tax collection, the tax collection, to reduce tax evasion and enhance transparency and accountability in public resource management. Also, as well, to contribute to reducing corruption. The government has created digital platforms to involve civil society in the formulation and monitoring of the fiscal policies, increasing the transparency and public trust in public resource management. And about the monitoring and evaluation of all these measures, we have macroeconomic monitoring, like controlling the GDP growth, unemployment rates, poverty index, and also we have regularly human development reports. Also, there are done fiscal sustainability analysis, long-term projections, and also the public debt monitoring. Environmental and climate reports. We have climate alert and monitoring systems also. Impact assessment modeling, econometric and simulation models are used to assess the potential impact of the various risks, such as climate change and economic struggles, as long-term fiscal sustainability. I would like to refer that in Cape Verde we have a budget support group that is composed also by the World Bank, European Union, BAD, and also countries as Portugal, Spain, that regularly 3 in 3 months. They do the monitoring of every policies and all the index and tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. And I must say, when you were not sure of your accent, it was beautiful. I think we all understood. We all followed very well. This is off the cuff, just something else. Somebody once told me that every time you hear somebody speaking English with a different accent, you should know that they speak one language more than you. So it is always a beautiful thing when you hear the different accents come together. Thank you very much. And you have marketed Cape Verde very well. I now want to visit the country. I don't know about the others, but thank you so much for the experience and about all the innovations that you have put into the parliamentary budget in Cape Verde. Now, over to the plenary. I will just take a few comments if we have any. Yes, we have one hand here.
In Liberia, what we do when it comes to national disaster, in 2016, the Liberian legislature enacted a law creating a national disaster agency. This agency is responsible to coordinate the national disaster management in Liberia. We at the LBO, for FY 2024, that is fiscal year 2024, that agency brought a draft budget of $728,000. And after our analysis and knowing what we face because of climate change, we did our analysis and we prepared a brief and sent to our bosses, that is the Ways, Means, Finance, Budget Development Planning Committee. In their wisdom, the budget for the National Disaster Agency was increased to $2.2 million. That is, they attached great importance to our national disaster when they occur. That is why the budget for that agency was immensely increased. So from our end, we know climate change is hampering everybody in the world, not only in Africa. So we take it very seriously and we try to do the best we can to do whatever we can to help our people wherever they are affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Liberia. Do we have any other contributions? Yes, please. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. Mine is a comment to the first presentation. I noted that the contribution of Uganda in terms of carbon emissions is very low, but the consequence is very high. So, the interventions that we do, sometimes we do mitigatory of the consequences that are arising from the actions of others. We are the least polluters. We bear the greatest brunt of climate change. How much budget then can we put to mitigate whatever we are not responsible for? That's my question for further reflection.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I think we can have just one question. That's
Well, I have two questions anybody of the presenters can respond to. One is, recently there have been a development of these carbon credit businesses, and it's an area where governments can get revenue to fund or to try to rectify what the climate change has done to the economy. In my country, we have tried to put some legislation on how to control the business, but the experience shows that it is multinational companies which are looking for those businesses. Now I would wish to know from other jurisdiction if they are faced with the same problem. The second question is, in my country, fortunately we have a budget act, and it provides for a contingent fund, and it even describes on how much should be saved, so that when there are these unforeseen emergencies, the government can have resources standby to make sure that they address the challenge. But the problem that we are getting for the past 5 or 6 years was, it is extremely difficult for a country where resources are scarce to just have funds waiting for unforeseen emergencies. Then last year we had put up a registration in place whereby we indicated a specific, we earmarked a tax where total revenue that are collected from that tax will be straight taken to the contingent fund. I don't know what is happening in other jurisdictions. I would wish to understand.
Thank you, Tanzania. There was a hand up from Nigeria.
Hello? Yes, I wanted to ask like a question about outside what we are doing, like business in Cabo Verde. If there is anything, any possibility of somebody investing in the country, because the number of people are small, and I'm sure the weather and other things are good. I just want to find out. And the second question is there any climate change problem in the area? Because right now in Nigeria we have a very serious flooding in the northern Nigeria. In fact, in one of the states, Borno to be specific, it affects more than 2 million people. Their dam just got busted, and then their houses in some areas, were flooded with water. A lot of people died, a lot of people lost all they have. So this flooding or the climate change issue is really devastating to the northern Nigeria these days. I don't know what the government is doing anyway, but I'm sure they are doing something. I don't know if you have seen it on the social media. I don't know if there is any advice on the director, I mean from the director that presented the climate change paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nigeria. I think ladies first. So I shall allow Carla to make a very brief response and then hand it over to Director Chigundo.
Well, I hope I understood the questions well. About the emissions, the carbon emissions, no? Is that? We are exploring also implementing the carbon tax, but for now we already have some incentives for sustainable practices. That goes from subsidies, tax exemption, and other benefits. About investments in Cabo Verde, is possible. As I said, there we are promoting also the external investment in Cabo Verde, how can I sell it to you and how we sell it to the world. We are a really stable economy and stable political stability also. And we are taking a lot of measures to make people to invest in Cape Verde, because the fiscal, there are some fiscal, how you say, there are some, let me see, just wait a minute. Some exemptions for the people that want to there are some fiscal benefits, such as, for example, some years that you don't pay taxes when you're doing and you have exemption on importing things for your investments. So such a measures like that. Yeah. And about the climate, the most things we have there is just because we have water scarcity, yeah, and a prolonged drought, and the most of the effects that we already saw are just the rising weather events, like storms and some hurricane, but not that important.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Kala. Mr. Chigundu?
Thank you very much. I have to respond on three issues. One on Nigeria about what they can do. As I said, the actors are very many, both private and public, but it calls for, like, what can PBOs do is to create public awareness, and for government is to make sure that they put contingency measures. Like Liberia said, there is a portion, even in our Uganda PFM, there is a provision that at least 0.5%, at first it was 3% of the previous budget should be kept for emergency, a contingency fund, and for scene. And these are largely disasters. But now it was amended later to 0.5 of the approved budget over the previous year. So the aim of mitigation is to ensure contingency measures and plans that can help on national disasters. Then the other issues about multinationals, they are the contributors to carbon emissions. Yes, there is a slide which I think I skipped, but if you look at from 1990 to 2022, the global figures that I have, the power industry, there's an increase of emission by 300%, for industrial combustion, 300%, buildings 115, transport, agriculture 222. In other words, it's true that the multinationals contribute more. That's why governments sometimes have conditions in terms of environmental impact assessments and before licensing. So that's the regulatory aspect that can be embedded within the legislations in each of the jurisdictions. Then about contribution, we are less emitters, but very vulnerable. That's a fact. And how do we go about it? That's why Uganda is signatory to so many of those international agreements which commit those countries, emitters, to ensure that they finance some of the mitigation measures. But since you cannot enforce it, it's negotiations. And one of the issues I talked about is about our inability to give evidence and also to participate and meaningfully make contributions in international engagements. When you go, I've never attended any of the COP26, but I hear there are almost many delegations, all countries, they gather about those environmental, but what is it that is presented? How do countries present their cases? And this way, PBOs can be handy in terms of preparing very credible evidence and reports for the members of the delegations. I've ever participated in one of international engagement, but sometimes you feel embarrassed when your own minister or people don't even attend the critical meetings where decisions are made. Maybe some are shopping, some are doing so. It's our role as PBOs to prepare very hard facts and make sure that our representatives in international agreements really engage and they partake in the resolutions that are passed usually at the end of those international engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I think there's a lot of information that has been shared today, and I think we have a better understanding of climate change and the different considerations as well as long-term fiscal sustainability. We have been seated for too long. So I have a young lady called Patience who is going to come and put us to order. And I'll only give her 2 minutes, just 2 minutes to wake us up, and then I shall allow you to go and have a very short tea break. It's not going to be 30 minutes this time. We would like you to have a 15-minute tea break and then come back here for the second part of our morning. So, Patience, over to you. Could we please have a handheld microphone? Thank you.
Then shake your body like this. Just bounce on the ground. Good job. Then let's trot like this. Try to make sure the knees are rising up. Both knees, please. A bit faster. 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 Good job. Let's get the legs apart. And then raise both arms up. Then stretch to your right. To the right side, stretch as far as you can. Further. That's enough. Good job. Let's raise and then move to the left. Stretch. Try to touch your foot. Try to touch the left foot. If you can. If you cannot, we shall touch another time. Let's get the legs together. Okay? Now we are going to punch. Okay? You punch the air. Please don't punch your neighbor. Let's be kind enough. Let's punch the air. And then up. And then to the right. And then to the left. Good job. We're now going to do it a bit faster. Okay? Forward. Right. Left. Up, forward, right, left, up. Good. Let's get the legs apart again. Okay. Now try to squat with the legs apart. Squat down. And up. Again, squat. And up. Let's stretch the arms forward. And then squat. And up. One more time, squat. And up. Okay.
And
The
finally,
left arm up. The last one, Peter. Right arm up. Left arm up. Right arm up. Left arm up. Right. Left. Right. Okay, let's keep our legs together. Breathe in. Breathe in. Breathe in as you raise your arms up. Both arms. Stand on your toes. Breathe out. That's good. Thank you.
thank you very much, Patience. Thank you so much. I'm sure everybody's feeling energized. Don't eat too much when you go out for your tea break, just enough to sustain you. And please, let's be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
it's good. It's good. But she owns the office. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Could we please come back into the hall? Good afternoon. Could you please come back into the hall? Good afternoon once again, and welcome to the next segment of our discussion today. I'm hoping everybody has stretched their legs, had some tea, had some coffee, and you are ready to proceed, ready to get into the next segment. I hope that we shall be able to fit the next two discussions, the next two topics, before we break off for lunch. So if anybody feels the need for extra sugar, you can always walk back outside and pick a cup of tea or coffee and come back inside. You shall not be released until we have gone through the next two sessions. Now, we're now moving into a new thematic area, and this is the pivotal role of parliamentary budget officers in African legislatures. I know a lot of the discussion we've had yesterday and today has built into this. So this is not going to be entirely new, but it's going to be supplemented by the different actual discussions that we have. The next topic that we have is establishing a framework for accountability, the legislature's role in public financial management. So even as our members come in, but now I see we have some quorum, I shall invite Mr. Gumbo, Director of Parliamentary Budget Office in Zimbabwe, to kindly come and summarize your discussion so that we can have a bit more time for interaction by the plenary. So even as you do, I'm going to whip the other members to come in. So over to you.
afternoon, colleagues. Allow me to ride on the already established protocols. My name is Tapiwa Gumbo. I will be talking about establishing a framework for accountability, the legislature's role in public financial management. So I believe that when we talk about accountability, we assess it in terms of the executive's actions against the existing legislation to check for consistencies and to correct variations, departures from what the legislation provides. So the outline of my presentation is I will be talking about the legislative framework for budget approval and oversight. That's one facet of public finance management. The other is the debt management, how the legislation is structured to ensure that there is sufficiency and adequate oversight on debt. Also, I will talk about the legislation on auditing of public accounts and then procurement. So basically, I will make reference to what is obtaining in Zimbabwe as far as all these facets of financial management are concerned, and also pick on a bit of international practice because we belong to the SADC community. The SADC is a SADC model law on public finance management. So we borrow heavily from what SADC, the framework provides. And also, I will also touch on the OECD provisions. So basically, in terms of the budget process, the approval, this is backed by the Constitution of Zimbabwe. So our constitutions, I believe that our constitutions, they bestow the power of legislation to Parliament, meaning that Parliament can make laws. But as far as public finance management is concerned, here I'm talking about approval of the finance bill, the revenue measures, tax policy measures, and also the appropriation bill, how money is going to be spent. So, in Zimbabwe, the Constitution provides that the Parliament has the duty of making laws. Also, it provides that Parliament should carry out oversight on all state institutions and agencies of government. Oversight meaning that at approval point is just approving that this is how money should be spent. But within the year, Parliament should not forget about how the budget is being implemented, the approved appropriation is being executed. Parliament has to check regularly to see consistency between the approved and what is being done by the executive. So, in terms of the overall legislative provisions, we have the Constitution, a chapter in the Constitution, chapter 17, speaks to how public finance management should be handled. And in the Act provides that another Act should guide public finance management. Another Act should guide debt management. Another Act should guide public procurement, because public procurement is a risk area in terms of public finance management. Also, it provides for another act, which is Auditing Act. So basically we have those 4 acts: for public finance management, for debt management, for procurement, and the one which provides for audit. So just some snippets of what our law says, how it is structured. So Section 298 of our Constitution speaks to the need for transparency and accountability in financial matters, meaning that whatever the executive is doing should be visible to everyone, and they should be able to explain the rationale of taking certain positions. So the Constitution now provides that no taxes may be levied except under specific authority of this Constitution or an Act of Parliament. So the way it is structured now gives birth to the Finance Act. You cannot charge without first coming with the finance bill to Parliament. Again, I mentioned on the need for oversight. Oversight, meaning that Parliament oversees expenditure, not only at the end of the financial year, but also on a quarterly basis. We check, is the approved consistent with the spending? So, and ensuring that that expenditure has been properly incurred. There are procedures that are followed to spend. And if those procedures are not followed, then Parliament raises an alarm. So, an Act of Parliament also provides for the mechanism through which Parliament oversees expenditure. So, this Act of Parliament is what we call the Public Finance Management Act. So, this Act, Section 33, now compels accounting officers of various ministries to report to Parliament on a quarterly basis. So, this report, quarterly report, it enables Parliament to track budget execution, ensuring that the budget is being implemented in line with the Appropriation Act. And if the execution is at variance, then corrective action is taken. That's why you see in some cases the accounting officers are called for a hearing, oral hearing, how money has been spent. If there were more money was spent on a program which was not approved, then that should be explained. They should account for that. Again, the Public Finance Management Act provides for penalties in cases where the executive choose not to comply with the reporting requirements. So, this is a kind of an enforcement mechanism to make sure that the budget is strictly followed and corrective actions are taken real time. So, the role of the legislature now is to ensure that before approval, the proposed policies, they have minimum distortions in the economy. So this is where we come in as Parliament Budget Office to analyze the impact of proposed policies. If we say impact, we look at the various players in the economy the citizens, the business, the non-profit making institutions, the churches, how the proposed policies affect citizens, how they affect business, maybe in transport, business in tourism, business in manufacturing. So we look at all these, the implication of measures, and say, if one is exporting, if one is importing, these are the implications. So when that is done, then we also look at the obtaining fiscal deficit. As a standard, the fiscal deficit in Zimbabwe should ideally be within 1.5% of GDP. The SADC model threshold speaks of 3% of GDP, but internally as a country, we are working with 1.5. Why? Because the fiscal deficit, in most cases, if it goes unchecked, you see it leading to debt and sustainability. If the fiscal deficit is not sustainable, then it means you end up accumulating arrears. Also, I mentioned that Parliament monitors budget execution, ensuring that is the executive, they are following the approved budget. And also ensuring that spending goes to projects that yield the greatest benefits to the greatest number. So, yes, I mentioned that I will make reference to legislative provisions and what is obtaining in the SADC model. I'm sure we are consistent in terms of with the SADC in terms of debating the votes in Parliament or on the annual budget before the approval. In Zimbabwe, Parliament can amend the budget to move money from health to education or from education to health, depending on what they think is the priority area that needs more resources. So, the budget is debated. What Parliament cannot do is to increase the expenditure beyond what the revenues which the economy can generate. But in terms of reprioritizing, the Parliament has the power to reprioritize. So, again, we are also consistent with the OECD model, where citizens are engaged. Parliament actually engaged the citizens first to understand the priority areas, so that when the budget is presented, it is assessed on its ability to address the concerns of the citizens. So Parliament engaged the citizens to the extent that the presentation of the budget proposals, the appropriation is gauged on its suitability in terms of addressing socio-economic ills as presented by the citizens. And again, before the budget is presented, Parliament meets with the executive in what we call a pre-budget seminar. They discuss to say, as Parliament, we have gone around the country, we have consulted people. These are the key areas that need to be addressed before the executive prepare the budget. This ensures that there is minimum variation. There are not much differences between what is presented and the expectation. And if that exists, always the Parliament will try to make sure that it's aligned. And after budget presentation, that's when you see now also gathering at a post-budget seminar. Before the appropriation is approved, there's a post-budget seminar to ensure that there is that discussion. And if need be, reprioritization. So, basically in terms of the legislation, we have section 119, which speaks to the authority of Parliament in having oversight over all institutions of government. Then we have 299 of the Constitution, which speaks to how public finance management should be conducted. And then the public finance management, section 33, which now speaks of the requirement for regular reporting. In-year reports. In-year reports, you will not wait for the executive to expand, then see that there was a problem at the end of the year. So that's how the constitution is structured. So basically, the legislative issues, in summary, as far as budget approval is concerned, we are looking at the constitution, which empowers Parliament to carry out budget oversight, the constitution, which also allows to enact laws, finance bill, appropriation. We also look at the enabling act, the Public Finance Management Act, which requires regular reporting and also impose certain penalties to ensure that the executive act in line with the requirements. Okay. On public debt management, the Parliament, based on the constitutional provisions and the subsidiary legislation, the Public Debt Management Act, Parliament has the power to influence how debt evolves, to influence the debt levels. So, Parliament basically have oversight on debt management. Why? Because there are certain objectives that we try to meet in terms of the cost of borrowing. The intention is to make sure that borrowing is done at the least cost and for a clear purpose which addresses national interest. To ensure that the debt is within sustainable levels. I'm sure the previous presenter on debt showed that we were in red, which is a cause for concern. We were in red because we are measured public and publicly guaranteed. So the guarantee is one animal in the debt matrix. The guarantee, if parastatals they borrow and the government guarantees, local authorities borrow, government guarantees. And if the probability of them defaulting, then you find yourself in the red. Also, to ensure that the size and growth of debt does not compromise economic stability. Also to ensure that reporting on debt, there is transparency. And to ensure that the executive implement appropriate strategies to manage debt. So in terms of the constitutional provisions, in the Constitution, there is a provision that limits borrowing by the state. Also, it sets limits on public debt and also limits on payments or repayments. So basically, the constitutional provision is just at the top. We have what we call the Public Finance Management Act. The Public Finance Management Act provides for provisions that enforces debt, transparency, and accountability. So, basically, what the Debt Management Act tries to address is to limit borrowing, to ensure that there is regular reporting, and there is audit of debt. So, in terms of limiting borrowing, we have Section 11 of the Act, which provides that the minister can borrow as long as the ratio of debt is below 70%. If it exceeds, the minister must come to Parliament for authorization. And that authorization can only be done if the borrowing is responding to a natural disaster, to a large investment project, or to a general economic slowdown, which requires stimulus interventions, fiscal stimulus. Again, the minister is required to report twice a year in terms of the debt management strategies that the ministry's treasury is implementing, or also in terms of evaluation of outcomes against debt management objectives, what we wanted to intend to achieve and what has actually resulted. Also, I mentioned the issue of guarantees. Minister has to report also on the guarantees which government is taking. Again, on outstanding borrowings and related debt service projections. So, in terms of reporting on a debt strategy means how are you going to manage the debt going forward? What is the mix of our debt? The previous presenter mentioned that, is it Ghana? They mentioned that a greater portion of our debt is forex, and we're exposed to exchange rate risk. So when your currency loses value, it means you need more of your currency to settle the foreign debt. So minister is required to present the ratio of external debt to local debt to show how much we are, to indicate how far we are exposed. The ratio also of short term, that which is maturing now, and that which is long term. We heard about the grace period on debt, and that's very important information. Again, whenever there's borrowing, the minister is required to gazette the loans and also the guarantees. Now, because the Parliament waked up on the issue of guarantees, they want them to be reported, to be gazetted, to ensure that there's transparency. So in the same vein, the debt management is provided for in the Constitution and the subsidiary legislation. So key legislative issues, transparency, you'll find it provided for in the Constitution, regular reporting, also the fiscal rules to say that debt should not exceed certain limit. If it exceeds, then that should be upon approval, and then gazetting of loans. We also have constitutional provision on auditing of public accounts to say that there should be an Auditor General who should audit. This is at the end of the financial year. Notwithstanding that Parliament will be regularly checking on a quarterly basis, the Auditor General at the end of the year should check the accounts. And in doing that, the Constitution gives the Auditor General the power to exercise year functions independently and only subject to the law, not to individuals. And also, it empowers, the Audit Act empowers the Auditor General to receive all information as he or she may require in order to exercise year duties. So, the Auditor General is supposed to submit the report to the Minister of Finance, who in turn should then table that in the House. And if the minister does not do that, the Auditor General is empowered to submit to the Speaker directly, who then will table the report in the House. And also, the Constitution provides for an Act of Parliament to guide procurement by all state institutions to make sure that there is value for money in government spending. Procurement is one risk area where you can actually spend on the approved programs, but that spending may not be very, very efficient. So it is important that Parliament checks on whether the procurement is transparent, fair, honest, cost-effective, and competitive. I understand one of the presenters said that they now have a system of procurement. We also have the system of procurement, which ensures that it can happen electronically without people interacting. So, the budget office then assists Parliament through all these processes: budget approval, budget oversight, tracking, monitoring, and also analyzing the audit reports. So, in conclusion, I want to say that accountability, which is the ability of people to understand what is expected of them, exercise authority, and take responsibility for delivering results, is an important dimension of organizational health. Is it healthy to be accountable? Is it healthy to demand accountability? It makes everyone happy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to Mr. Gumbo? I think, Mr. Gumbo, I'll invite you to take a seat here. And let me also invite the panel to please come and take your seats. Mr. Daniel Kados, Mr. Abdifita Osman, and Mr. Godfrey Kintu. Now, in my opinion, I think he has covered everything. I think he has actually covered everything. So I do not expect the panelists to spend too long here. Ideally, you'd just respond to that maybe in a minute or two. So maybe Mr. Kados, we could start with Mr. Kados, followed by Mr. Osman, and then Mr. Kintu. Each of you, please just make your brief comments and see where you differ from where Mr. Gumbo had stopped. Please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And thank you once again, Mr. Gumbo. Perhaps I will start with when you talked about debt management, the framework. There's another framework that perhaps we could also explore, the framework on aid coordination. Because looking at how the PBO can influence, can add value, analyze what agreements our government make with other institutions and states on aid that is provided. Is it a demand from within, or is it imposed? So the kind of arrangement we have is for the PBO to give a perspective on whether those credibility checks were done prior to accepting. And so when the matter is brought before Parliament, the perspective of the PBO is highly appreciated to inform the decision of Parliament whether this is viable or not. Now, in terms of expenditure tracking and budget scrutiny, we have initiated a program that is supported by UNICEF and the UNDP. We have the mid and end line review of the national budget. We also have the mid and end-line review of the social sector budgets, which looks at precisely public finance for children, social protection and child protection. And so we invite sectors to submit budget execution reports, and the PBO would do the analysis for the interpretation of those expenditures. Were they in line with the approved budget? Were they in line with the procurement plans? Were they in line? What does it do to enrich the National Development Plan? So the expectation of the framework is such that it gives a perspective as to what Parliament would see as the public interest, because that must be guaranteed. Why are we doing this? It's to strengthen public financial management. And the strategies we employ to do that is highly dependent on the perspective of the PBO. Now, apart from all the legal, legislative frameworks created for the PBO, there is one framework that we need to look at. We have a deficiency, which is peculiar to us. We've gone to Ghana, we've gone to Kenya and Sierra Leone to look at the structures of the PBO, how do they relate? But the mere absence of a PBO Act to strengthen its independence is a capacity gap. And so we're looking at what obtains in other jurisdictions, so that when we come up with a plan for that framework to work, we would have learned from you, based on our unique circumstances, to establish the relevance of PBO in this entire framework. So let me stop here for now. Thank you.
And thank you so much, my brother, the way he said the pivotal role of a parliament budget offices in Somalia, which is not quite as these big daddies. We are a small baby for existence of 2 years, but we are progressing a lot. In the legislative, the role they have for the oversighting is very clear on the Constitution Act and at the same time the BFM Act. But still, there is a lot of negotiation that we need to referendum again the BFM law, which we need to define again a lot of issues which are coming after. As you guys are aware, Somalia used to be in a civil war between 1990 till 2010. After 2010 is when we came, the stage of government. It's then when we started to be a government that's operating how the government should be. And still we are facing more challenges regarding that. The second thing, our budget is rely on 73% foreign aid. I'm sorry to say that, but we're doing that. And the issue is not that the revenue is not more, but still the government of Somalia, we are facing more challenges within the country and the other countries at all. You know, the challenges we are facing is, number one, the revenue mobilization. The whole country, we are not collecting a same one system of revenue. We are federal system, we adopted the federal 2012, while we are not ready to be federalized. Because of still it's not being defined what's the right of the FGS, federal governments, and federal member of states. Sometimes that clash is causing political instability, and that's the worst scenarios that we are facing in Somalia. So when it comes to the budget, one of the very simple problems that we are facing on a PPO, is between the two houses, the upper house and lower house. Let me tell you a small story happened. There was a little bit clash between the upper house and lower house. Everyone is calling, we are parliamentarian, okay? And our name was Parliamentary Budget Office. And we located under the lower house. So the upper house, they said, these guys, they shouldn't have to use the name of parliamentarian, and they have to be changed into lower house budget office. And again, the lower house, they said, while the country is federal and still we did not sit together and collect one revenue, you don't have any authority to talk about budget because of you guys are collecting your own revenue, you're spending your own, and the donors, they are transferring you money directly. So that's the one of the problem, but thank God we have been solved. So there is a lot of scenarios that we are facing. Since we came to the office of a PPO, we have been worked closely with the Budget and Finance Committee and the whole committees regarding to the role of scrutiny, the role of accountability, and the role of how we can clarify the technical capacity that they need the parliaments and the oversight rolling. So the challenges we are facing, I'm talking about the challenges. This guy, he have finished all the things that we need to say. Thank you so much. I'm left in behind that. I'm just talking the exact problem that the new PPOs are facing, which is causing not to operate as it is. Sometimes when we need to get the data, I remember my brother Kikundu, he said sometimes to find in a data, you need to use your own source. And that own of source, sometimes it creates a problem within the institution. I remember I did same scenario 2023 when we were working the budget of 2024. The executive, they came to the legislative and they requested we are going to be the last stage of HIBIC completion point in Washington, and the date was 13 December, and they said we need to go to Washington while the budget have been passed. So what happened, within 5 days, the legislative sit down and finalize the budget as it is, without scrutinizing anything, without checking anything. It solved as a political will, while the country at that time was facing big drought, flooding, and a lot of other issues. So in that point, I come my own view to consult with the finance committee, which I said, this is not the right way to do. And I'm sorry to say that they consult me not to interfere into politics. You are a technical. When we give you a job, do that job. If you don't give you a job, that's it. So as a PPO, we don't have to only focus about the capacity of economic, finance, macroeconomic, debt sustainability. That come not under us. We can come up documents which is good for the country, but implementation people, the politician. So the politician people, they need to be capacitated how they can fulfill the responsibility of the country. When we were out of the tea, me and some of colleagues, we were discussing about the issues that we are facing in the politics. So we need to put one of our goals, how we can convince our leaders, our bosses in the legislative house. The role we have is it's not a political, it's a technical, but it's something good for the country. So that's all. I will transfer to my brother.
Okay, thank you. And let me begin by thanking our main presenter, Mr. Gumbo. I really sounded a lawyer this afternoon. There's nothing left as far as public finance management is concerned. From the Uganda's experience, I think I will dwell more on the accountability committees. But from the onset, we are here to generate some working methods, precisely developing a framework how we can support our legislatures back home. To me, I would say this, that for a framework, we need to tease out, say, the methods, the means that we are going to employ or to deploy to facilitate, say, causing accountability through the public finance management cycle, basically budget cycle. But that said, much of the details have been touched. I just want to dwell on what we do here as in accountability committees. We have 4 accountability committees. We have PAC, Public Accounts Committee, Central, Public Accounts Committee on Local Government, and then there's a committee on commissions and state enterprises. The other one is more of a policy accountability committee, government assurances committee. Now, specifically for PAC, Central, Parliament, the committee interrogates those ministries, accountability, audit general's report on those entities. While for PAC local government, it's more to do with the local government entities, and then COSASE, those state enterprise and commissions. Now, the biggest undoing has been, previously we used to have backlog, but as we stand, mainly the two, PAC local government and PAC Central, the ones that are grappling with the backlog. And for PAC local government, attempts have been made to divide it into 2 committees, subcommittees, but the rules do not provide for it. So in a way, we are not able to process all the reports as submitted to Parliament. On average, we have been able to do about 10. That points to issue of capacity and then, of course, time allotted to these processes. As PBO, our intake, what we provide to the committees, we do analyze the audit reports, highlighting the opinions expressed by Dr. General, and that informs an opinion on which entities to interrogate further. And how it is done, once that we have provided that platform, then Parliament organizes public hearings in the different regions or audit regions to have a feel of what the population has to say about, say, projects that were implemented in that particular financial year. In a way, we have been able to generate a lot of public participation during the audit hearings. On the side of technical capacity, we really run behind a schedule. Most times, what is prioritized is financial reports. The value for money reports are hardly availed. And even then, the financial statements come a bit late, such that you are constrained in terms of your scrutiny. So I think I don't want to repeat my colleague's submission because most of the things are cross-cutting. I don't want to keep it to that. Thank you.
I want to comprehensively say that the experts have spoken. I don't know if you agree with me. If you do, let's give them a round of applause. Now, I'd like to know if you'd like to contribute to this discussion. I don't know if it is different in your countries, if there's something they may have missed out or something that you'd like them to clarify on. Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Director Gumbo and team members, thank you so much for in-depth explanation of this topic. So maybe the few areas I would like to contribute. Firstly, I want to know, when we are doing your presentation, and we've talked a lot about the PFM provisions and also what is in the Constitution, but I didn't hear much about provisions in the standing orders. And in our case, for example, it's a source of law, of course we all know, and also sometimes we do even have provisions, what we call speaker's ruling, for there are all sources of law that sometimes deals with PFM-related issues. For instance, PFM Act in our case can tell you that Parliament approves the budget, but how the Appropriation Committee is constituted, you can't see that in the PFM Act. But if you go to the standing orders, there is a whole section that talks about financial provisions. So I'm interested to know if you got that kind of situation. Then I would also like to know if you have a specific act that deals with debt management. When we are presenting, I was excited to, I was looking forward to hear your view on that. But then generally on the role of Parliament in public financial management, I know we've talked extensively about the parliamentary role in budget approval and budget execution. But I also want us not to lose sight on what role Parliament provides in those other areas of the PFM cycle, like the budget formulation stage. You know that even the fiscal rule that the executive uses to put the budget together, those provisions, those acts are actually passed by Parliament. So in a way, we have the authority to influence what happens at the formulation stage. But then apart from that also, the fiscal strategy statement that actually informs the framework of the budget also comes to Parliament. We have to aware. But then after the budget formulation, we've talked about now the budget approval, and then you have the budget execution. But then after execution, what happens? The financial reporting and accounting, that also Parliament has a role to play, because for most jurisdictions, the Auditor General technically is an employee of Parliament, because they report to the Parliament. So in a way, Parliament has an influence in that, and the auditors, or even the Auditor General, for the most part, are appointed by Parliament. And then when the report itself is also now available, which is the last stage of the PFM cycle, it is also submitted to the Public Account Committee in Parliament. So we start the process from formulation, and the process also ends with us. So in as much as there is need to put emphasis on what happens at budget approval and budget execution, but we shouldn't lose sight on what happens at budget formulation, financial reporting, and also that of audit. I usually tell people, each time they talked about Parliament approving the budget, I have a different view. For most legislations, or for most countries, the Constitution would say that Parliament makes laws. And for me, apart from the Constitution, the Finance Act, the Appropriation Bill, is the most important legislation apart from the Constitution, because it actually pushes the implementation of all the other laws. So if Parliament has the authority to make laws, now if you go in our case, the PFM Act to say Parliament approves the budget, but then the Constitution says Parliament makes laws. And we all know if the Constitution conflicts with any other legislation, it is the Constitution that takes precedence. So for me, Parliament actually does not approve budget. We actually make the budget. So
Thank you.
Yes, so this is just the few interventions I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Mine is just 2-3 questions to Master Kembo. I think you indicated that the budget office ensure fiscal deficit is within the sustainable levels. Maybe if you can elaborate more there, how and what happens, because you were talking about, I've written 1.25 and 3% of GDP, but who sets the agenda, who determines the ceiling in terms of that? And I think I recall correctly, you said Parliament of Zimbabwe can actually change the budget. If that recollection is right, correct me. But if I'm right, when, how, and where do you actually change the budget?
Thank you. I think we can now come back to the presenters. If you could kindly wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So I will start with the first question, contribution, to say that you are on point that standing orders, they are a source of law. They define how committees do their business, and also leading to the enactment of laws, including the Finance Act and the Appropriation Act. We do have a Public Debt Management Act. What I was citing to say the limit which government can borrow is 70% is not in the Constitution. It's actually Section 11 of the Public Debt Management Act. So there's a separate act for debt management which guides how debt should be managed, how it should be secured, how it should be reported, and also provides for the requirements of the executive to publish a debt management strategy, medium-term debt strategy, how they plan to borrow, how they try to make repayments, at what cost. So that is important information in terms of ensuring that there is sustainability in terms of debt management. So Parliament in Zimbabwe, they participate throughout the budget cycle, meaning that the drafting stage of the budget, Parliament actually conducts stakeholder consultations, prepare a document of what the people want, what are the priorities, so that the budget is aligned to the people's priorities. It becomes a people's budget. So, at approval stage, the budget is analyzed. There is checking of consistency between what people presented and what has been prioritized. Is it in sync? Is it not in sync? If it's not in sync, then what Namibia has requested, Parliament at that point, before approval, can say we are not approving this budget because people wanted more on health spending. We see that this health spending cannot meet the demand for health services. Why don't you reprioritize? It's not approved until that reprioritization has happened. So at approval stage, the moment the budget is presented, Parliament can call the executive to adjust. So that approval happens only after the adjustment has been done. So execution stage, that's where I was talking about the regular monitoring, the regular reporting on a quarterly basis, tracking what is happening. If you approve a budget, say health spending is 10% of the total budget, first quarter is 3%, second quarter is 2%. It means Parliament has to take action to make sure that the executive revise the way they are implementing the budget, ensuring that that spending is in line with the approval. So that budget monitoring and tracking is very, very important. It makes sure that at the audit stage, you will not have these problems because you've been tracking the budget as it was being implemented. So the audit stage will come, observations of the Auditor General. Parliament will make recommendations on what should be done. And Treasury is expected to present, to table Treasury minutes, which indicate the corrective action which the executive is taking as far as the findings of the Auditor General are concerned. So Parliament is involved throughout the budget cycle, ensuring that there is prudent financial management. So the deficit, the fiscal deficit that I mentioned to say, as a country, we're working with a deficit of 1.5%. This is not legislated. I mentioned that we are following the SADC model. There's the SADC macroeconomic convergence indicators to say, in those indicators, we agreed at SADC level that our deficit should not exceed 3% of GDP. But within Zimbabwe, it is agreed that that deficit should not exceed 1.5% because already we're in debt distress. So, whenever the budget is presented, there is a macro fiscal framework which tells us how much we are expecting in terms of the revenues, how much is the total expending, how much is the deficit. That, if expressed as a percent of the GDP, what percent is that? If it exceeds 1.5, then something has to give in. Maybe you cut on certain expenditure line, or you propose additional measures to boost the revenues, so that at least the borrowing is kept as minimum as is possible. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else at the panel want to add? Because I think a lot has been covered there. Yes, please.
Thank you. Just a few to add on to that. Even in our case, we get involved not deeply in budget formulation because as of now, we're championing the cause for the submission of program-based budget statements. And this year, what is going to happen, sectors would submit their budget alongside the PBB statement to Parliament. And so we have sent a request. By the time we return back, we would have been receiving the responses so that the PBO would have some analysis of the budget statements and then submit their report to the Finance and Public Accounts Committee and to the subsequent sector committees so that they will look at the PBB statements, are they in line with budget submissions. That is what we're going to do. And so it's like going to be business as usual from henceforth. The other thing is we do not determine, as the case of Uganda, the budget, the debt ceiling. But what we can do is to advise if the debt that they want to increase, is it viable? Because we're servicing 35% of revenue on debt. And that is serious. And it's concern. It's a concern for the PBO. And so we have to look at a strategy in which how do we address that deficiency. And so post-legislative scrutiny is a new phenomenon. And so what we are trying to do here is to do that on the Appropriation Act by way of expenditure tracking, quarterly ministerial statements on budget execution. Once the minister submits that, the PBO would also present a report because we have access to the IFMIS system where the reports are generated. And so they would advise if what the minister has presented, that's the Minister of Finance, to plenary, is it as per what obtains in the system? Is it what the executions are truly are? So we give a perspective on that. And so advise them how to address the deficiencies in budget execution. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Kento?
Yes, I wanted to share the experience of Uganda in budget formulation. That just last week, government rolled out its budget strategy for the next financial year, setting the tone for the next budget. And Parliament expects by 30th of December to receive the National Budget Framework paper. And the process in here is that the Budget Framework paper is submitted to Budget Committee, or rather referred to Budget Committee and the sectoral committees. That reviews the funding to the different programs, and then, of course, prioritized undertakings. Now, the quagmire here is that, yes, we seemingly, Parliament is participating in budget formulation, but the priorities that identify that point have no recourse to Parliament's identification. Parliament do not go out of its way to identify, say, which road is going to be constructed. They are all determined and captured in the budget framework paper. Now, once that is done with the Parliament, there's an approval of that budget framework paper at the end of the process, and it becomes a resolution of Parliament that once the time for the detailed budget, the municipal statement comes, which normally is around March, our first point of touch is to ask, as we analyze, how much of the budget framework paper resolutions have been incorporated in the budget. And that, in a way, tries to kind of get in Parliament into the formulation, but generally speaking, the Parliament's input here is still very insignificant. I would say it's largely an executive role. Thank you.
I just want to say a little bit about the stage of the annual budget of Somalia goes. First, when it's the stage of drafting, the Minister of Finance or Treasury issues guideline of spending on department to submit their budget negotiation. Then it will come to the legislative on the budget as a table. They have to submit to the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a role to change in some figure of number. But at the time of drafting, the executive have their own freedom to prepare the budget. But after they submit the budget as a draft into the legislative, it's then when we have the role to change, scrutinize if we need to transfer some amount of money from this institution into other institution. After that, then when the legislative, both the houses, both houses of the Parliament, they sit together once, is at the time of budget in Somalia. After the other bills, they differently discuss their own houses. But when it comes to the budget, they sit together under the chairperson of National Assembly. So after the implementation, after approving the budget, we transfer to the executive back again to implement and executing the budget. So after that role, auditor will come to implement as Supreme Audit Assessment Departmental Accountability and same like that. That's the stage of budget goes through Somalia. Over to you. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I think you can see that we have had a very seamless presentation and a discussion on the pivotal role of parliamentary budget officers in African legislatures, sharing from the different countries, from Zimbabwe, from the Gambia, from Somalia, and Uganda. So please join me. Can we thank our presenter and the panel for this really insightful deliberation? Thank you very much. I think we have had a lot of learning so far, and we deserve a break. So we are going to have a very short lunch break. We hope that everybody can just have 45 minutes and come back so that we can complete our session today. Just before we go, I just have a few slight announcements. I hope all of you have received t-shirts. In case you're wondering where the t-shirts are, they're at the desk right outside the door. Please ensure that you get a size that fits you so that on Thursday, when you have your excursion, you can all look extremely pleasant. Some of you have expressed the need to remain in Uganda. Others think they would like to go back home to first finalize some things. We have got a desk in the corner there that is helping those of you who want to make changes or confirmations to your flight. So please find time to go and confirm your flight details so that you can be assured of transportation to the airport or transportation to where you will reside in Uganda. Now, for those of you who still need any kind of medical assistance, we also have a desk in the lobby area that is specifically set out for you in case you have any needs. So once again, thank you very much for all your involvement. We shall take a quick lunch and come back here after 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sound. Check. Sound. Check. Check. Sound. Check. Check. Sound.